a timharit, a teaching, didactic, instructive, contemplative, a well-written composition, maskil, for under and inner understanding, maskil le Dawid, of the well-beloved, of the loving, of David. A superscription right here. So treachery denounced as an intro to today's daily psalm. Get the overview. A man who had been betrayed by a close friend opens his heart in this psalm, opens his thought, his thinking, the seat of his thinking, his thought, even his feeling, emotion, his heart, in this mizmor, in this psalm, in this maskil. Maskil le Dawid, the victim of base treachery. He turns to Elohim, to the true God, the true good, in supplication. He first pleads for his help. Then he describes his situation, what the situation really is. And finally, he asserts his conviction that Elohim, the true good, the true God, will intervene. He asserts his conviction that Elohim will intervene. Now, according to the triad and tradition, this mizmor, the psalm, is connected with Absalom's rebellion, and a familiar friend. In verse 13, KJVY, it's verse 13, verse 14 for those looking at the Tehillim, but in verse 13, we have the familiar friend. Now, this is named as Ahitophel, in the Targum, in the teaching and interpretation, and in the Perkei Avot, in the ethics of the fathers. VI 3 or 6 and 3 of the ethics of the fathers, the Perkei Avot. Now, some of the details is alleged, well, some might say, do not support the identification. The speaker has not, some say, as happened to Dawid, been forced to flee from his home, but rather wishes that he could escape from the city, the bloody city, from the city. On the other side of the argument is that the doubt respecting the identity of the traitor does not seriously militate against the ordinary view of the date and occasion of the mizmor, of the chant, the intonation of the psalm. If we suppose that it belongs to the period immediately before the outburst of the conspiracy, when Dawid was still in Yerushalayim, but seeing the treason growing daily bolder and bolder and bolder, and already beginning to contemplate flight, giving an overview right here, the theme and the context of today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Negusa Negesa Ethiopia Karamawi, Haile Selassie HaKadosh, Baruch Hashem. Stay. Man, he took off their chariot wheel.
They went up into an upper room.
The bloody city. Yes, heal up. God bless the soul of Dennis, the Prince of Reggae Brown. That Bloody City tune really gives a good Selah to today's daily psalm, Psalm 55, to the chief musician on Neginot, a maskil, a song of David, Lam Natseach, Bingi note, Bingi note, Maskil le Dawid. To the chief musician on Niggy note, Bingi note, the Bingi note on the harps, the stringed music, a Maskil, Timharit, ya Dawid, Timharit, a Maskil of David, a teaching of David, an instructive, a contemplative meditation to get understanding, to be circumspect. Sakal, the root right there, my skill. Give ear to my prayer, oh God, oh good, oh Elohim, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Attend to me, attend to I, and hear I mourn in my complaint, and make a noise because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression, rephrase, because of the downpression of the wicked, because of the downpression of the ratchet, for they cast iniquity upon me, and in wrath they hate me, they hate I. My heart is sore pained within me, and the terrors of death are fallen upon me. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me. And I said, oh, that I had wings like a dove, for then would I fly away and be at rest. Lo, look, then would I wander far off and remain in the wilderness, Selah. I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Destroy, O Adonai, O Adonai, and divide their tongues. For I have seen violence and strife in the city, in the shit. Day and night they go about it upon the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Wickedness, ratchetness is in the midst thereof. Deceit and guile depart not from her streets. For it was not an enemy that reproached me, then I would have borne it. Neither was it he that hated me, that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. But it was thou, the I, a man, mine equal, my guide, and mine acquaintance. We took sweet counsel together and walked to the house of Elohim in company. Let death seize upon them and make them go down quick into hell, into Sheol. For wickedness, ratchetness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, as for I will call upon Elohim, and Yahweh, and the Yahweh shall save me, and Yahweh, truth and life, shall save I. Evening and morning, and at noon will I pray, and cry, shout aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He hath delivered my soul in peace. Be shalom in shalom from the battle that was against me. For there were many, were many with me. Elohim shall hear and afflict them, even he that abideth of old. Selah, pause. Because they have no changes, therefore they fear, they respect not Elohim. He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace, at shalom with him. He hath broken his covenant, Burrito. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they drawn swords. Cast thy burden upon Yahweh, upon Yahweh, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, the O Elohim, shall bring them down into the pit of destruction, downstruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in the I. Yes, I. Rastafari.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Habarim, for lo, because it's the Talmud Tehillim, the study of the praises. We study the praises. We gave the treachery denounced, this overview, this prayer that we have right here in today's daily psalm. According to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews after the order of Melchizedek. This maskil. Maskil brings out this word in the HSV, in the Negus Neges Turbum, or the Targum of the King of Kings. We have this as Yadawit Timharit. Timharit, Ethiopically, is the word teaching. In the Hebraic, we have Talmud. Right, Talmud, the word Talmud, the word for disciple, Talmud, Talmid, Talmudim. Talmudim, disciples, and Talmid is a disciple, a student. Right, so we study to shew ourselves approved. So we have a prayer right here for the destruction of the treacherous, also themed in the Sefer Tehillim, in the Psalter, the Hebrew Psalter, as treachery denounced. To get an overview.
Psalm 55. And when they were come in,
give ear to my prayer, O God, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Attend unto me and hear me. I mourn in my complaint and make a noise, because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked. For they cast in iniquity upon me, iniquity upon me, he hate my heart is sore within me, and the terrors of death,
And
fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me.
They went up into an upper room.
Oh, that I had wings, for then would I fly away and be at rest, Lo, then would I wander far off and remain in the wilderness, I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Destroy, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go about it upon the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it.
Lord Jesus.
Here we have today's daily psalm. We have
Psalm 55.
Mizmor Nun He. למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד. דוד.
55.
מזמור נון ה' למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד. למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד. דוד, 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 דוד. נון ה, נון ה, נון ה. למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד. דוד, 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 דוד.
Give ear to my prayer, O God.
האזינה אלוהים תפילתי, תפילתי, תפילתי.
And hide not thyself from my supplication.
ואל תתעלם מתחינתי.
Attend unto me and hear me.
הקשיבה לי וענני, הקשיבה לי וענני, וענני.
I mourn in my complaint and make a noise.
אריד בשיחי ואהימה, 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 ואהימה.
Because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked. For they cast iniquity upon me, iniquity upon me, he hate me, my heart is sore within me, and the terrors of death, 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 the terrors of death. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me. And I said, oh, that I had wings like a dove, 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 like a dove. Oh, that I had wings, oh, that I had dove, 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 that I had wings like a dove. For then would I fly away and be at rest, 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 and be at rest. Lo, then would I wander far off, and remain in the wild, 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 and remain in the wild. I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Destroy, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go about it upon the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Wickedness is in the midst thereof. Deceit and guile depart not from her streets. For it was not an enemy that reproached me. Then I could have borne it. Neither was it he that hated me that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. But it was thou, a man mine equal, my guide and mine acquaintance. We took sweet counsel together, and walked unto the house of God in company. Let death seize upon them, and let them go down quick into hell, for wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. Evening and morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He hath delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me, for there were many with me. God shall hear and afflict them, even he that abideth of old. Selah, 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 Selah. Because they have no changes, therefore they fear not God. He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in thee, 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 trust in thee.
Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom, associates, Shalom, Talmudim, brothers and sisters, and all others. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Here. Fifth day. How was the fifth day here in this Shabua? How was your Thursday? What they call Thursday, the fifth day. So here. This podcast here. The upper room of Zion podcast here for the fifth day. You are Zion. That's an acronym, abbreviation, trying to make that a hashtag. You, upper, R, room, right? Zion. Yes, I, Zion. So here. Fifth day of the Shabua means that we're already at the halfway, we're past the halfway mark. The fourth day, the middle. The middle of the menorah. Look at the menorah. The lampstand right there, the 7 days, the Shabua here. Shabua Tov. Hopefully one Shabua is good, it's well. just got right into it. Psalm 55. Today's daily psalm, according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews. This is Yadon. This is Yadon here, aka Ras Ayadon Safari Yadon here. LOJ, Line of Judah Society here on the RTI live right here. Rastafari Israelites also, streaming on, RTG. Rastafari Groundation on the tubes, the YouTubes. But here we have the psalm, the daily psalm here was Mizmor Non or Noon, some say, Hebrew letter that also serves as a numerical value, so we often refer to as like Aleph numerics, they say alpha from the Greek, Aleph, from the Yehudit called the Hebrew, Noon, Hey, Non Hey, Mizmor Non Hey, Mizmor Nun. The Hebrew letter Nun, also some dialects and some dialects Non, has a numerical value of 50, right? Of 50, right? So 50, Non, Nun, 50. And Hey is the fifth, right, letter of the Hebrew alphabet and also has a numerical value of 5. So here we have chapter in the book of Psalms, a Sefer Tehillim. We have Perek, a chapter, right? Perek, Non Hey, Perek, Nun Hey. We have Psalm 55, Mizmor Nun Hey. Psalm LV. Interesting, we had 5, right? And then we had in this season here, then before we had Psalm 5, and here we have 55. But here, just zooming in on the theme, thinking about some of the stills, the slides that we sometimes share with some of the content, that we should have had some slides of like the godless and creeping coup, definitely that would really go in, with the theme right here, Chaverim, in Psalm 55. It's theme treachery, denounce. What do you say to treachery?
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Amen. So here we have treachery denounced as a theme of Psalm 55, one of the themes of Psalm 55. So here we have a man who had been betrayed by a close friend, opens his heart, his mind, the innermost of his innocence, right? In this mizmor, in this chant, in this intonation here in Psalm 55. The victim, right? He has been the vic, right? Or victim of base, downright low and dirty, treachery. He turns to Elohim. And here we have an Elohim psalm. So overstanding the link and connection, with the attributional, right? The attributional names. They are names, but it's not the name. The name is the Yod Hey Wahey Yahweh Hakadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem. But then we have the some will call it the attributes, but some of them are also titles, right? So when we say Elohim, like what do we mean, Chaverim, when we say Elohim? According to the roots and the culture of the biblical Hebrew, right? And according to their own idiomatic use of language. And even today, we know today we may all speak English, but then, amongst it's code. There's code. There we go, code. You know what I mean? There's code, and of course, ones will talk about code switching, right? But let's see if we can bring this up right here. Let's see. Do we have this right here? We had picked this up previously and didn't have time to really elaborate on it. But since it's the Elohim psalm, because I noticed that sometimes once would read a psalm, from the English, you have God, Lord, Lord, capital L, lowercase O-R-D, and full caps, full L-O-R-D. We'll have God and my God, and, and then ones are familiar with Yah, or, previously, ones would say Jah, but the J, but of course, yeah, but Yah. But here's the interesting thing about the J in J-A-H. We look at the history of the translation of the Bible into the English, especially the King James Version, the 400-year version, right? That kind of built, so to speak, this Western Gentile, this world system, right? So if this is Matrix, then definitely KJV, both linguistically English wise, but also theologically, and for a lot comes into, right? It's almost like this is like the sometimes like in a computer, it's almost like a mainframe, so to speak. Believe it or not, these other Bibles, yeah, they may be able to give a little better understanding here or there, and we don't, say don't use them. We just say use it, utilize it wisely. Make sure that they are stepping stones, you know what I'm saying, but not stumbling blocks. So here, when we speak about Elohim, we found a very good meme here that kind of brings out, let's see, right here, brings out the teaching right here. Let's go right here. Okay, here. Let's clear the board. Let's clear it for a moment so we can zoom in. Right. So now here they will call this names of God. Right. Yeah. Basically, they are names. So even a title is a name. When we look at it within the Hebrew, the Royal Amharic, it's like a name of rank. A name of rank. So let's just say boss. It's a name, but it's like a name of rank. It's not often a personal name, though some people may take it as a personal name, but it's not a personal name. It's and what is a name? A name is a noun, right? Person, place, or thing, just to keep it, basic, to keep it very simple. But here we have Elohim. Some Psalms will find that throughout the Psalm is the Elohim, right? And so what is the Elohim? Simply, they'll say God. But then if we study, we'll find that even other people's so-called gods, are referred to as
When
Elohim.
I say more, you say
You know,
fire. More fire.
Now the fire, right? The fire is not because they use it. The fire is because the ignorance, right, that ones have. And why does the Bible ascribe to the other gods, right, the other people's deities, divinity, whatever, right, as Elohim, and then to our, right, to Yahweh, right, as Elohim or Eloheinu, right, and also some of the details, but keeping it just basic, peshat on the ground. Whenever Elohim, the true Elohim is Yahweh, right? The other Elohims, they are like afterthoughts, among men and people. They have their different philosophies, theologies, even in the ancient times, mythologies, philosophies. All these things were kind of wrapped up into their worldview, how they view their world, how they view their spiritual, their psychological, in context with their belief, right? But for the Hebrews, Elohim, as we have it in the first chapter, right, of Bereshith, the first book of Torah, Elohim refers to, you see what it says, God, in the beginning, right? God created the heavens and the earth, Bereshith, in wisdom. Understanding that from study, we know that it was in wisdom that Elohim, right, the God, or literally Elohim is gods. I want to point that out too, right? Is gods. But then when we say gods, we have to say, well, what is gods? And then we get into this goddamn lie. Getting into the Eurocentric languages. So let's just understand that's a placeholder, right? The word God there is a placeholder. We have our ideologies, philosophies, and everything else, but none of that really had anything to do, right, with the original Hebrew context. With the exception that if you say God and you meaning the creator, right? The creator who created in the beginning, as we have Bereshith, Bara Elohim. Now, someone say, well, it's gods, it's gods, it's gods. Understanding the Yehudit, that's called the biblical Hebrew, we know that the verb there, bara, right? Bara is singular. So it's the powers, he. So the difference is that the powers is he, right? But for others, the powers are they, right? This is the significant difference right here. It's almost like God, or the sense of created has been fragmented. Like they'll say, like, there's a God of the land, there's a God of air, there's a God of water, there's a nature of this, there's a nature of that. So the true good, the true God, the Elohe ha-Elohim, the God of gods, right, is the one from whom all the power derives. You know what I'm saying? But in the eyes of fallen men and people, well, some people are making their way from the bottom up, right? But in the revelation to the Bnei Yisrael, and the revelation to the holy ones, to the prophets, and the revelation that we have in HaTorah, right? This is the revelation that was given, we can say top down, right? To explain the fall right? And how to make our way from the bottom up, right? But here we have Elohim Hebraically as the creator and as the judge, right? Looking at it literally, Elohim, right, implies power, right? From the Ayale contracted to El, right? And we have the Chayil and Ayel is two similar ways of saying the same thing. Like we say Hyla, like we say Hyla Selassie, we say, Hyla Mardium, we say, Hyla Mard, yes, Mardium, Hyla Mengis, the power of, right? But here we have the creator, right? Within the Hebrew sense, when Elohim is utilized, right, it signifies Yahweh in his aspect, in his role, in who he be. He be who he be in his being creator. Even for the Hebrews, right, from the very first verse, Bereshith, in Reshith. We know Reshith is Chokmah. We know Reshith is wisdom, and we can prove it in the scriptures, particularly in Proverbs, as well as elsewhere, but particularly overtly, explicitly in Proverbs. You know what I'm saying? So we have Bereshith in wisdom, Bara, he created Elohim. So even if you say the powers are he, the powers are not they. Check, right? So in, right, beginning in the principle in wisdom, Bereshith bara Elohim et ha Shemaim, the heavens, the et here. Some look at the et in the Hebrew, Aleph, Tav, the A and the T, since it's the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet. It may correspond, right, to what, in the synagogue Greek is the Alpha and Omega, namely the first and last letters of the alphabet. And now many link this with Messiah and with Yeshua. And and there is a link, but that's like getting into like Hebraically, Judaically, that would be like getting into the more mystical or even Kabbalistic sides of New Testament Christian understanding. Right? Not saying that there's not an application for that, but what we're looking at in the first verse is just a plain read of it, right? A plain read. The et, right? The aleph and tav, and the et, right? Alpha, tau, corresponding to alpha, omega, first, last. When they're used in those two letters right there, in that sense of the Yehudit, of the language of the Hebrews, it implies a direct object marker. In other words, there's a verb. The verb is bara, right? To create. He created, right? So what did he create? Right? What did he create? Bereshith bara Elohim, right? Elohim in Reshith, in beginning, in the principle, in wisdom, created, right? Created. So like he in she, he in she created what? Right? He is the creator in she, Bereshith, right? Reshith, Chokmah, wisdom, right? That's why later on it says, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Later on it says the man has become like one of us. I say, well, who is the us? Some Christians and some believers will say, well, he's speaking to Jesus. But doesn't the word say that Jesus is the word? So when the creator speaks, isn't that the pre-incarnate Yeshua? Okay, so you see, because it's the Father, it's I and the Father is what? One. All right, so who is he speaking to? All right, we know he's speaking to wisdom. Even Yeshua says wisdom is justified by all of her children. See, Judaically, Hebraically, when Yeshua said that ye worship that which you know not, we know worship salvation of HaYehudim, of the Judeans, the Judahites, or in simple text, the Jews, right? He is speaking in the context of the truth of the teachings, right? The teachings even which were pre-rabbinical, but of the rabbis, because our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaNotzri, Jesus of Nazareth, he said so, right? Wisdom is justified by all of her children. Right, so what he is basically verifying is a true interpretation of Genesis 1, right? Correspond that with Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7, and chapter 8, verse 22, right? Chapter 8, verse 22, you go through the fullness of the chapter. It's an explanation right? Basically, or giving more detail on that first verse, which is the original creation, right? That first verse right there. So when it says Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim, so the et is a direct object marker pointing the action of the verb, right? So the bara, he created. What did he create? Et. What follows that? Hashamayim, the heavens. Wa'et or va'et and et, right? The next direct object marker, haaretz, and the aretz, and the land, and the earthly plane. So Elohim is used in the creator sense. In the first sense, we have in the Hebrew scrolls and manuscripts and Bereshit, the first book of the Bible, the first book of the Torah, with Elohim as the creator. That's why later on the prophets, when Yahweh says that he doesn't know, he says, I don't know no God. There's no God. Before me, there ain't no God. And neither after me, if we want to speak truth, there is no God. So that means that these other gods are later fallen men extrapolations, right, of divinity. You know what I mean? Like somebody punch drunk. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out something. You know what I mean? This is what that represents. But now the revelation, this is why Israel was chosen, right? So this is why when we look at the line of the righteous, right, before the flood, and then even after the flood, and the lineage of right, and the chosenness of Abraham and Yitzhak and Yaakov, right, and then Yisrael to be a conduit, right, of the truth, right, the light, in other words, shining in the darkness. So yes, we do use similar terms, but it's not just using a word, right? It's not just the letter of the law, but it's the spirit. So in what spirit do we mean this? To say in what mind do we mean this? This is why I'm segueing into this. So when we get into Psalms and we really start to study and we see, okay, here in this Psalm in the first verse, it uses Elohim, right? So how is Elohim being used here, right? And Elohim here within the Psalms of the righteous, of the Hebrews, is referring to Yahweh. In other words, it's not necessary, brothers and sisters, to do this replacement kind of this replacement theology. Well, I don't call it replacement theology because I don't want us to get confused when we start to break that down and start to hammer on that, right? We're like a replacement, I would say nameology. That's not no word, right? Nameology, what's the word, right? I'll find the word without being too academic. Replacing names. You know what I mean? Okay. Because ones know Yah, right? They say Yah, Yah. And then I hear people say my Yah, right? There's no such thing as my Yah. I mean, we can say it and we can, we say my Jah, yes, but it's not from the roots. It's kind of like, being in this English and trying to find our way home, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So sometimes ones would like they'll say sometimes people like to say TMI, the most high, right? So instead of saying God or Lord, in the English, we'll just replace it with TMI. Now that is, I understand, we're not saying, we're not condemning, we're not calling like, no sin, so to speak, but it can lead to error, right? When you deep end on that, it's better to study to show ourselves approved and find out, well, what name is actually there, right? What name? That's what we showed in a few of the Psalms, even I think in Psalm 94, which is the fourth day evening psalm, that it says, what does it say in Psalm 94? Let's get the verse right here. We're not going to shift the page, but just use this for example, because if you're reading the English, right, and you get to 94 and in KJV, it'll be 94. Oh, yeah, it's aligned here. Verse 12, where it says, happy or blessed is the man whom thou instructest. I think in the KJV, chastenest. It says, O Lord, O, right, and Lord, O Lord, and teachest out of thy law or out of thy Torah, right? There, one might say, because elsewhere capital Lord is in the King James Bible is like Jehovah or Yahweh, or somebody say Yahweh, right? Here it is Yah. It reads Ashrei Hageber Asher Tiyasarenu Yah. But don't we get to know that this Yah, so Yah right there is kind of hidden. The translator wasn't kind of consistent. So like in Psalm 68 verse 4 where they put Jah, right? Here's the interesting thing. If we go back, right, to the to the what was the first Bible? One of the first Bibles was like into out of the Latin was, I think, the in the European among in Europe was the German, right? In German, the J is pronounced as a Y sound. So that means that then when they translated JAH, they were not saying Ja, they were saying Ya. Check it out for yourself. How do you say yes, right, in German, right? Yeah, 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 right? And then how is that written in the letters, the Latin letters, as JAJA? Just want to point it out. So that means that even when they first used the J, right? They first used the J. Make a great video, right? Like a short, right? They first used the J, right? When they first used the J in the translations of the Bible from like the Latin and comparing with the Hebrew and the Greek, that JAH, for example, in Psalm 68, verse 4, back then it was pronounced as Yah. But then, well, people say, well, how do we say it as Ja? Because different European languages might take the Latin and say it in different ways. So in Germany, as we go to the east over there in Europe, right, they say Ya for J is Ya, is a yeah sound, Ya. But then if you go to the west, like in England, right, they say it differently with a ja. So this is why that actually comes in. Just want to point it out. Yes, the letter was invented later on, so forth and so on, in Europe, so forth and so on. But other languages did have certain J, but there was not a J in the Hebrew. So properly, it is Yah. But I'm saying to disabuse ones, right, of some of their, going overly, in their kind of condemnation even of others instead of being, diligent to study, learn, and teach and encourage, and the truth, right, is what makes us free. So the Elohim right here. So sometimes we might get into a replacement names, right? And we have to be aware of that because remember one of the words of the commandment called falsely the 10 commandments, but the 10 words, right, is not to take, in the English, not to take the name, right, of Yahweh, right, Eloheinu in vain, right? That means that if we read this psalm here, and in this psalm it says, give ear, O Elohim, to my prayer, right? One could say, give ear, O Yahweh, to my prayer, yes, but you're losing context of why is it Elohim here. It's Elohim here because this next meaning reference of Elohim as an attribute of Yahweh is that he is the Elohim. He is the creator, right? The true creator, the true God. Before anybody could even make up any other Elohim idea, he was the only Elohim because he is the creator. You see how that goes right there? Oh, right. So the judge aspect. And we talk about this often and sometimes refer to it when we go over Psalm 82. I have said ye are gods. In what sense? And that is in reference to the judges, right? And we know that by a study of Torah, right? We understand it by a study of Torah. And even in the words of Yeshua, aka Jesus, right? Of Nazareth, right? Jesus the Nazarene, he even utilizes that in his discourse, in his debate, so to speak, with the Pharisees and the scribes. Is it not written in your law, I have said ye are gods? Because Yeshua knew that based on the Torah, the judges were referred to as a collective, right? Elohim, because they were the ones to judge according to the words and the will and the way of Elohim. And in Psalm 82, where we find, I've said ye are gods, all of you are sons of the Most High, is pointing out that they had fallen short. They had fallen short of their duty, of their call. You know what I mean? It's like a judge, right? That's the biggest criminal. Imagine if the judge who's supposed to be upholding the law, he's actually the criminal mastermind, or he is helping, working with the criminal. You know what I mean? And condemning the innocent. That's the whole context. So yes, that area is pointing out a fact, but it's a fact that has other factors that put the context. It's not that they are gods like the gods of other nations. It's not talking about the other nations, because it's clear. It says we are to have no Elohim acharim. So there's a phrase acharim. Acharim is other gods or other people's gods, right? Because their constructs, right, are not true. Even if they may have some truism, some ism, right, to it, but they're not true, right? And therefore, for those who from top down, right, are being revealed the truth, why are you gonna go to a lie? You've already been surrounded by the lie. Now the truth has come. So now you want to mix the lie with the truth? No, hold to the truth. That's why the 10 words reads that way. So we're pointing that out because as we see that the Elohim title, right, and name, when it's used in certain areas of the scripts, certain areas of the Psalms, you know what I'm saying? It is used in the context of the creator, right, and of the judge, right? Because the creator, the true creator, is the only one that has the right to be a judge. In other words, if you have created something, I mean, really created something, right, then you are the one that should be the judge of it because you know what you have created and you know your creation. Just to point out that fact right there. So, this psalm here uses this particular name. So, we have to be careful. Let me just say it like that, as a cautionary. Be careful to replace names. You know what I'm saying? Because even the names and the attributes that are used are very specific. If we would study and learn the context of that attribute, it actually would bring out more and give a fuller picture. It's like today, you ever watch a video sometimes, and it's like on like 360 or something like that. And the difference between a video that's like 360 something, right? And a video that's 480. You know what I'm saying? You know the difference between a video that's 480 and a video that's 720. And then you know the difference between like a video that's 720 and then you see it in 1080. And then a video that's like some HD or 4K or blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? You get a better and a better picture. So it's for I to get a best picture. You know what I mean?
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
And it goes with this Torah reading and feeding. Re, see, seen, sight, so we can see. All right, so we can see. So here in this psalm, so I just want to bring the Elohim part right to bear right there. So here we have a little bit. We was comparing in one audible you heard. This is the Amharic right here, right, of the revised Amharic Bible, where we point to the connection of Revelation 5:5 right here. We was comparing this word timharit. Right? We say give us a teaching, the timharit. In the Hebrew, the word is Talmud. Now I know the Babylonian Talmud and this and that and the next thing, but it's like if a book is called like an encyclopedia. And there's an encyclopedia that we find has bad things in it, or wrong things, or evil things in it, right? What is an encyclopedia? Encyclopedia is a compilation. It's just a testimony of the facts. And this is where a lot of people get confused when they hear the word Talmud, right? Talmud, when we say Talmud Torah, what do we mean in the Hebrew? From the Hebrew mind, when we say Talmud Torah, right? When we say Talmud, I'll hold it right here for a moment. Talmud Torah, right? Talmud Torah means the study of, right? It's a study. So what we have in these kind of documents is a compilation, right, of different teachers and scholars and schools of thought. It's not saying, well, you got to do this, you got to do it like this, you got no different teachers. Even today, we have different ones who are, for example, even Israelite or in the Israelitish, idea, right? Because ish means man, right? Person, right? There's different schools of thought. I mean, if you go to even today, we have different camps, right? And this camp has a difference on this particular point, and they explain their reasoning like this. And sometimes even these different, camp leaders or teachers or whatnot, would debate, right? And have two different, and you say, I agree with this one over here. I don't agree with that one. I think the other day we had a midrash, right, where there was two scholars of Torah called rabbis. That's what it originally meant, right? Before it went so bad and so off, like pseudo scholars. You know what I mean? There were true scholars, and then there were pseudo scholars, right? This point, right? The point and the reference, right? The point and the reference there. to teaching, right? The point in reference to teaching. And yeah, they were having dispute. They were having dispute, right? And one said this, and it sounded okay, but then he didn't have no scripture behind it, right? And then the other one said no, well, this is what this means here, and backed up by scripture. I remember reading over it, and I said, the first guy, right, that said something, he made a strong point, and people probably listened to him because he had clout and everything, but he didn't back it up with nothing. It was something that sounded nice, and you can repeat it, like a lot of different ideologies, doctrines, different churches. Notice amongst Christianity, Western Gentile and counterfeit Christianity, all the different denominations, right? Like, for example, the Calvinists say, once saved, always saved. Nothing you can do that will take away your salvation. Like you got it, it's done. It's a wrap, So you could do. Can you imagine what such a philosophy, an idea? So if we were to ask each one concerning salvation in the same sense, we will see from the different denominations there are differences. So now we compile all of that in one volume as a testimony, a witness. Now somebody might read that and say, well, this idea, you see, this one says this is what I believe too, and can take that, and then hold to that, and then point to, the encyclopedia, the teaching, the compilation of teaching. I just want to point that out because it's an important point, because we would like to do a series where we'll point out where many things that Yeshua was saying, right, and teaching, right? There was even a point in the gospel where he was teaching, and they say, well, how does this man know letters? Like they're surprised that he know these things. It's almost like we know something because we have these books, these scrolls, and we be studying. This is what we be about. And he's not of us, our number. I mean, he's the son of a carpenter. I mean, he don't have this like education, so to speak. But he knows these points, and many times when he is versing them in certain things, a lot of times we say, well, Yeshua said this, Jesus said that. You see how he put them to shame. But one can't really explain the background. There's an inner narrative that's going on. That's why I go back to the point where he says that we know what we worship for salvations of the Jews, right? And it's not talking about all this dumb stuff, this evil and silly and ignorant stuff going on today. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about these Jews or those Jews. We're talking about the Judahites of Yeshua's time and even before, right? There was a certain way that those who truly, sincerely studied and really had the spirit and inspiration were bringing out the truth so that we can live the life. We can walk it out and live our life, right? So I like to do a little series where I point to how there are many things that Yeshua says that basically are, rabbinical and even based on Talmud Torah, right? And were things that they, even at the time of Messiah, Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth, that they knew, but they were just being hypocritical. That's why he calls them hypocrites. I mean, why you don't call somebody a hypocrite? It's almost like you know what I'm saying, but you're pretending like you don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You say what I'm saying right now, and it's a true point. But now when I say it, you act like it's a false point. You are a hypocrite, right? That's just a point right there, because are there things that we would say are disagreeable? Well, of course, right? See, that's how we learn. Like you read something, right? And there's different people. There's a good guy, there's a bad guy, there's a guy that's a little bit subtle, but he covers over his badness with goodness and everything. And one person can see through that. This is how we sharpen our skills, right? It is a supplement. Now, it's true. It's true. Remember I mentioned about the Cliff Notes the other day, that in school sometimes people will read the Cliff Notes, but they won't really go and study the passage, right? They won't study maybe the book, right? And then when the test comes up, they'll cram the Cliff Notes and everything, And sometimes they definitely, if you do that and you really don't know the coursework, the best thing to do is to study the book, study the coursework, and then might go and refer to the Cliff Notes. You see what I'm saying? And then go and refer to the Cliff Notes. But be that as it may it as it be, let's just touch on this right here, because the time be going, time be flying, as they say, you know what I mean? So to speak. So here, in speaking of this psalm, treachery denounced, right? treachery denounced. One of the reasons why I went to even the point about Tim Heret is the word that we have, maskil. If you look at Psalm 55, if you're able to look at Psalm 55, if you're able to look to the in the King James versions of the Bible, some Bibles they take it out. Some Bibles may not even translate it, right? Where it says for to the chief musician, right? With string music or with a niggy note, right? And you might hear us, speak about the bingy note, B niggy note, bingy note on the string music like the harps, the niggy note. Then it says a maskil. So the word maskil has a lot to do with being wise, being intelligent, right? Being circumspect, right? So this is why in them hark we just showed you, right? We have Tim Heret, like teaching. Give us the teaching. That's what we say. Give us the teaching, right? We even say, we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, give us the Talmud of his majesty. To say, give us the teaching of his majesty. Why? Because we don't want no devils, right? Philosophy.
When I say more,
Uh,
you say fire. More fire.
But we should always be wise to salvation. You know what I'm saying? So we, So we know, we know what is true, right? Because we can distinguish that from what is false. If we ignore the false, right, and deal with the true, some of the false may creep in as the true because we do not have a discernment. We're not able to discern, right? To discern. So here in this psalm, treachery denounced, right? Today's daily psalm or the daily psalm here in the season. A man who had been betrayed by a close friend opens his heart, right? His vibe, his feeling, his emotion, his mind in this psalm, right? The victim, he had been the victim of base, of down low and dirty treachery. He turns to Elohim in his supplication, right? He turns to the Creator, he turns to the Judge, he turns to the Almighty Power in his supplication, in his pleading for mercy and for grace, right? He first pleads for his help. Then he describes his situation, an overview of this psalm here, Psalm 55, and finally asserts his conviction that Elohim, right, that the Creator, that the Judge will intervene, right? According to the ancient tribe tradition and from the scholars of Torah, right, the psalm is connected with Absalom's rebellion, right? Now it's interesting. I know I have Psalm 50 there. These Psalms are kind of like in a set, but it is Psalm 55, you know what I mean, that we are focusing on. But the Psalms in the 50s, they share some commonalities, right? So from the studies, we get to recognize why the ancient tribe, and we can actually point to the scripture and make those connections where it is very likely, based on the evidence, that the Psalm here, Mizmor Hey, it connects right here with the Absalom, David's son, Absalom's rebellion. And there's someone who in the Psalm is called in verse 13 in the King James Version, who is called the familiar friend. Well, who is this familiar friend, right? Well, this familiar friend you see right here, we have it. Okay. Oh, wow, I didn't bring it on the screen. Hold on, right there. Here we go. This familiar friend, right? This familiar friend is Achitophel, right? Achi, right? To say like my brother, Tophel, Achitophel. So here we get in the narrative right here, Absalom, right? He sent for Achitophel. He sent for him, right? The Gilonite, right? He sent for Achitophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor. Here's where the rubber meets the road, right? So we're studying Psalm 55, and we see he speaks about his familiar friend. It says, but it was thou, a man mine equal, my companion, and my familiar friend. Verse 14 in the KJV. We took sweet counsel together. We reasoned, we count in the house of Elohim, right? In the house of the Creator, right? We walked with the throng, with the crowd, the multitude. And then in the next verse, he says, may he incite death against them. So he's that kind of speaking. It's almost like when you're in court, right? The Psalms that have Elohim, if you look at them, especially the Psalms of David, right, bringing out that sense of Elohim as creator and judge, you get to see it, right? It's like like this Psalm here at that verse. These two verses, it's like he's talking to the friend, right? It's like in the court sometime where somebody's suing somebody, and they say like, I get, but how could you do this to me? And sometimes they might want to redirect, like, oh no, don't speak to the plaintiffs, the defendant, or whoever. But that does happen in a court situation between two people, right? Somebody accuse you, like, how could you accuse me of this? And then he turns to say, well, what is the judgment? May death. These ones have done that which is worthy of death, is how the complainant, or the one who's bringing the petition, the one who's bringing the plea, is pleading. When we say, well, how do you plead? Here in this psalm right here, yeah. Now I'm looking at some of the slides and stills right there. Some of them are thematic, not just verse by verse. But here, let's bring out this sense. Absalom sent for Ahithophel, the Gileonite, David's counselor, from his city, even from Gilo. Right? Gilo. Let's see, get this here. Gilo, right? Gilo. Interesting, Gilo. Right? We say Galut, right? Gilo, like exile, Gilo, from exile, right? Let's go right here, from exile, right? While he did what? He was offering sacrifices, right? It's interesting because you get to see what David even mentioned sometimes, that yeah, I will give you sacrifice, I will thank you, right? But then he also speaks about sacrifice in a sense, like, even though ones and ones, he says sacrifices of righteousness, because he's telling one to sacrifice the sacrifice of righteousness. It implies that these ones may not have been, right? They may have been sacrificing, but not with a righteous intent, just sort of like a religious intent, right? So here, the same one, Ahithophel, who the familiar friend is identified with, this one was offering sacrifices. And the what? And the conspiracy. You look at the conspiracy. The conspiracy, right, was strong. It was strong, right? So here, the conspiracy, the kesher. So here, use the word kesher, the kesher. The conspiracy, the treason. It's an alliance, so beware who you be allies, right? Unlawful, right, against the Torah alliance, right? An unlawful alliance. So there can be, see, discernment, there can be good alliances and there can be unlawful alliances, right? If you got an alliance, right, you got an ally, right? And the first time you never had an ally before and this ally burns you, you probably was like, I don't want no ally. Ally is a bad word for you because of your subjective experience, right? But here, this is an unlawful alliance. This word here is translated kesher. Kesher is translated as confederacy, not federal, but confederacy, right? A conspiracy. And treason, right? So the treason, right, was growing strong. Amit, it was getting mighty. Like, this word also had the sense of attracting a lot of people, so it's strong. It has a lot of support, right? For the people, look what it says, increased. They increased continually, on and on and on and on, with Absalom, right? So Absalom, his numbers were coming up, right? His numbers, where he was running. Absalom was running up them numbers. You know what I'm saying? That's what Absalom, right? In a sense, he's a son of David, so he had popularity. And told David, saying, Ahithophel, among the conspirators. All right, so you see, even here is showing that now this conspiracy is going on. So even the text here in Shemuel and 2 Samuel is saying there's a conspiracy going on. There's like a coup, like an attempted coup attempt. There's a coup attempt. So look, even David had coups against him. People say, oh, how could that happen? You know what I mean? Look, there were coups. There's always, right? Not always, but among men and people, on the ground. And told David, saying, Ahithophel, right, among the conspirators, right, the conspirators, right, the kasha, those who are doing the kasha, those who are bound together, right, with Absalom. And David said, look. What did David say? Yahweh. Right, so when David heard about this, right, he didn't just talk about them. Oh, these guys, they're good for nothing. They're always bad. My son this, my son that. No, 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 no. He turned to Yahweh, right? Right? He turned to Yahweh, and what did he say? Right? He says, I pray the I, right? Like I pray the I. Turn the counsel of the pray thee is not like pray. It's like, like I pray the I, like it's another part of speech. It's like, come on now. It's like when someone say, come on now. Right? They're not saying for you to, if you're over there, we talk on the phone and you're in another country and you say something, I say, come on now. It doesn't mean for you to like now get on a plane and come over here. You know what I'm saying? It's like, get the sense right there. I pray the I, you know, turn, come on now, please turn the counsel of Achitophel into foolishness. This means that Ahithophel was a counselor. Okay, let's look at Psalm 55 in the KJV, right? The KJV, it will be verses 13 and 14, right? Right? And 13 and 14 in the KJV, right? 13 and 14. But it was thou, the I, a man mine equal, my companion, my familiar friend, right? Verse 14, we took sweet counsel. There we go. Counsel. What did David say? You see how we're connecting this? Because some people say, well, no, how you know? Oh, you're going to this tradition, that tradition. Well, yeah, okay, we are. But is it wrong? Have you proven it wrong? Or are you just saying, okay, anyway. I pray thee, turn the counsel. Look at it said, turn the counsel of Ahitophel into foolishness. Now, this is important right here, right? There's some more, right? The counsel. He goes, let's see, this is okay. Let's just go to one more verse in the same chapter where Ahithophel's name come up. This is 2 Samuel 15:34. But if thou return to the city and say to Absalom. Now, David here, there's verses between, we can go through that, but this is 2 Samuel 15, right? Right, at verse 34. So in the verse between, basically, David makes his prayer and then David gives advice. Right? Because now he know who's against him, who was his friend, and now is a friend enemy. Right? So it's almost like somebody saying, man, I'll come with you, man. Because this guy, I can't believe he did that to you. Because he was your best friend. Right? And I'm saying to you, you know what? Maybe you need to go back. Maybe you need to join him. Go back, like keep eyes, keep spies and eyes on their conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? And this is what David is saying to this one here. He says, but if thou, right, return to the city. He says, no, I know you want to go with me. You're loyal and everything. Give thanks for your loyalty. But here, like he trusts you. I know you're on my side. So if you return to the city and say to Absalom, say to my son, I will be thy servant, O king, right? I, thy father's servant, right? Hitherto. From here, before right now, I was your father's servant, but now I'm going to be your servant, right? So I now also thy servant. So as I served your father, David, right, I will serve you, O king, the son of David, Absalom ben David, right? And then look what David says. Then, if you do this, you're loyal, you're on my side, you want to come with me, I'm going into, appointed exile, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I could fight it, but I'm going to just, I got to get away, right? But then mayest thou, right, for me, defeat the council. Look, we're talking about the council. That's what we have in the Psalm, right, in verse 14, 55, 14 in the KJV, 55 and 15 if you're looking at the Hebrew, right, for those looking at the Hebrew manuscripts, right? So right here, Ahitophel. So here we want to just touch on briefly, right, who is, right, Ahitophel?
Lion of Judah,
right?
society.
Right? That came against, right, David, that Lion of Judah.
Ahitophel. Are you an Ahitophel? So one may have an Ahitophel, Ahitophel. Ahitophel is defined as foolish brother of foolishness, or brother of folly, Ahitophel. He was, interesting enough, he was a counselor of Dawid HaMelech, of David the king, of Negus Dawid. A very wise man. He was a very wise man who foolishly joined himself to Absalom, when Absalom tried to seize his father's throne. When David had heard say of it, he said, "Oh Yahweh, Jehovah, I pray that I turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness." We have this in 2 Samuel, chapter 15, verse 12, verse 31 to 34. Also in 2 Samuel, 2 Shemuel, chapter 17, verses 1 to 23. That's the phi cycle, the peshat, the phi cycle, the physical. Here's the metaphysical of the name and the character and the Ahithophel type. The history of Ahithophel was given in the Bible, in the scripture, even the Hebrew Bible, together with the meaning of the name. It shows him to be a good example of the utter foolishness of the highest worldly or intellectual wisdom in the worldly sense, when it is compared with true spiritual understanding, true spiritual bina, true spiritual understanding, a true spiritual standing, a true spiritual stance. In his ill treatment of the well-beloved, his ill treatment of David, and in his suicide, it was a suicide. In his suicide that followed, Ahithophel, he suggests in the Brit Shoshana, in the Old Testament, what's called the Old Testament, the New Testament, Ishkariot, the Yehuda, the Judas Ishkariot, and his relationship to Yeshua HaMoshiach. So we have Psalm 41, and Psalm 9, as well as Matthew chapter 27, verse 5. The Ahithophel, the foolish brother, the foolish Ahithophel, the brother of foolishness, brother of folly. And as a footer to the Ahithophel, the foolish brother, we find Psalm 55, and with the Absalom conspiracy, we also look into the metaphysics of Absalom. Now, what's interesting, even the name, we have Absalom, and then we have the name Abi Shalom. Contrast the Absalom, the son of David, and the Abi Shalom. There's Abi Shalom idea as well, just in a fuller study of the Judas Iscariot Old Testament foreshadowing type, and to get the metaphysics of it. Absalom and Abi Shalom. Compare the two names as well. Many of the Psalms of David, according to the superscription, point to the historical points of reference that are very, very important in getting a good groundation, a good understanding, a good overstanding, as well as for application to I-9 lives and to I-9 liberty as well. Just a note to the Ahithophel, who betrayed Dawid and joined the conspiracy of David's son, Absalom.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
King Selassie as the Almighty I mean, big bad sound like justice. This is Sizzla Kalunja passing through. So much love to all my friends. All of the bad men, they become themselves. Almost I rise up. Thy power and from among us. And with great might and secure us. That wear us through.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burns. They have no water. Fire
Yes, 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 yes. Just need to touch on the Achitofel. Ach is brother, brother, and Achi, right? Achi is like my brother, Achi, and Tofel from Tafel. Very, very interesting. I still have this on the screen. I want to show this right here, Chabarim. So this is now segue and comparing, contrasting. We have Ab Shalom, like one form, Ab Father, Shalom, peace, and Abi, Shalom. My Father is peace. Father of peace, my Father is peace. Ab Shalom, Abi Shalom. My Abi Shalom. My Father is peace. Right there. So interesting, he's the father of, right here, it says Rehoboam. I don't know how many of y'all understand some of the history of the kings after King David, who came in, King Solomon, Shlomo, and then after him came, we had Rehoboam. But who was this one here? Absalom, right? The third son of David, third son of David, and the killer, right? He was what? The killer of the firstborn son, Amnon, right? And also here in this psalm and also other psalms, explicitly in the superscription, right? We have him as the leader of a revolt and an attempted coup, right, against his father, right? His father, David. Right, so it's kind of interesting when we look at King David of the scripture and then the greater David, the greater son. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing new under the sun. Right? So Absalom, right? Then right here, we're going to show this right here, the Achitophel. Right? No, let's go back to that other verse right here. It's this verse here. We had read it, but then we said, let's play the short audible right here, right? As a supplement. So you see where David makes a prayer. Let's scroll up right there where it says, and David said, O Lord, I pray thee, right? Turn the counsel, right? Turn the counsel, the Etzah, right? The Aitzah. Some say Aitzah, Etzah, right? The counsel, the Etzah, right? The counsel, the advice, the purpose, the Etzah, right? The counsel, the plan, the prudence, the advisement, right? Here, coming from Ya'at. Ya'at is the verb to advise, to consult, to give counsel, to devise a plan, right? So now what's interesting here, we look under Achitophel, right? Some say the tav is ta, like a th. We, from our study of the Afro-Shemitic language, we don't agree with that. It could be dialectical, right? Achitophel, right? In that dialect sense. But here it says, my brother Achi, foolish, right? My foolish folly. You notice something here for Achitophel? He's a counselor of David. So David mentions in Psalm 55, right? Mizmor hey, he mentions, right, counsel, right? Took sweet counsel together. Here he's a counselor of David, right? Also, it says here the grandfather of Bathsheba. Interesting. The grandfather of Bathsheba. Take note right there. Grandfather of Bathsheba. This is interesting. This is a compare here. Go into it elsewhere, not our main theme right now. Just keep it in mind. He joined Absalom in revolt against David. And then it says he committed suicide. Like I said in the audible, suicide, it was a suicide. Suicide. He committed suicide. Right? He killed himself. And that's what we get kind of an Old Testament foreshadowing of Yehuda Ishkariot, right? That's the Hebrew of Judas Iscariot, Yehuda Ishkariot, right? Judah, man of the cities, is the full of full, right? Ishkariot, right? But he committed suicide. And here it says he committed suicide when Absalom did not heed his counsel. Think about that. When he did not heed his counsel. Now think about Judas Iscariot. Right? Think about the Iscariot, the Ishkariot. Right? Because there were other Yehudas, right? And therefore there were other Judas and there were other ones who were named Judas. So don't just bun the name, right? Bun the person, right? The person is Judas, man of the city. So the Ishcariot is important, right? Even in the scripture, I think in John's gospel, it says, and one came to him, Judah came to ask Yeshua a question. And then it says right there in the text, it says, not Iscariot. It says Judah, right? Or it says Judas, right? Not Iscariot. You see that right there? Not Ishcariot. That means there was another Judas, right? Another Judas. So you just bun Judas, be careful of that. You know what I mean? Don't curse, right? One who is blessed is the principle there. Yeah. But he committed suicide. Interesting, because this is what Judas Iscariot was said to have done as well. But now let's look at this right here. So we have the tafel. Notice the tafel. Tafel, foolish, insipid, right? In another sense of the Hebrew, tasteless. Like, you're eating something that's supposed to be well seasoned, and it's not. It's like, this is like stupid. This is foolish, right? But in the Hebraic sense, it can also be, this is tasteless. This is unseasoned, right? In a third sense, it can be like whitewash. It's like whitewash. Interesting, whitewash, right? So whitewashing is foolish. Think about that right there. That's a whole reasoning, right? Ain't that? That could be a whole reasoning in and of itself. Yeah, it's a plaster, gummy, slime. In the figurative sense, it's like frivolous, frivolity, right? This word is brought out in translation as foolish things, unsavory, things without taste. You know what I mean? Untempered. You know what I mean? Like mortar that's untempered. Anybody does construction, a builder, right? A real mason. I'm a real one, not these fake counterfeit ones, but somebody really builds. You know what I'm saying? And you have to temper. Right? Metal has to be tempered. Mortar has to be tempered, right? If it's not, it cracks easy. It breaks easy. It's not of the right consistency, right? So it's interesting that this is his name. What it says, turn into foolishness. Here he uses the word sakal. This is interesting. Sakal, right? Because you see the word sakal here, and when we touch on maskil, right? It looks like the same word, except one has a samek for the S, and one has the sheen for the S, right? Keep that in mind right there, right? Here he's just sakal, to be a fool, right? Make his tastelessness become his foolishness, right? Make his being untempered, right? Become his foolishness, right? He's playing the fool, right? Be silliness. But it's interesting from the English perspective. Achitofel, brother of foolishness in the sense of tafel, right? Tafel, right? Which is the word right here. Tafel, foolish, insipid, right? Tasteless, unseasoned, right? There, that sense there. May that be turned into, you know what I mean? Right? Turned into sakal. And so therefore, this even explains, I get on going into further detail just from the name and the testimony elsewhere, not how he committed suicide, not how, but rather another reasoning, right, of the suicide, because it's prayer. Remember the prayer of Dawid? The prayer of Dawid, that was like giving him up right there. You see what I'm saying? Right? He didn't go out and curse him, but he said, wait, if this my familiar friend who used to be my guide and everything now has switched up on me like this, you know what I mean? Yeah, he think he's so smart, right? Well, may that be foolishness, right? May he end up playing the fool, right? May he play the fool. And this is why it says right here that he committed suicide. Why? It was because Absalom, David's son, did not heed his advice, and he recognized, oh man, I just made a whole fool of myself. Everything that I had in my life that I did, even with I walked with David, I gave him counsel, the anointed of Yahweh, and now I've done this because I tried to, get into, good with his son, his rebellious, son. He just killed himself, right? So I pointed to this right here because this is just one aspect of the treachery. One aspect. Just a little more right here. Let's hear this right here.
King David, Dawid HaMelech. King David had no greater friend than Achitophel. King David, Negus Dawid ha-Melech. King David had no greater friend than Achitophel, whom David made chief of his prosecutors, and who was his counselor in all affairs. As is said even in 1 Chronicles chapter 27, verse 33, Achitophel was the king's counselor. When David heard that Achitophel was with Absalom among the conspirators, according to 2 Samuel chapter 15, verse 31, David said, Yahweh Jehovah, I pray to the eye, turn the counsel of Achitophel into foolishness. Now, Rav Nachman went on this reason, man, just to share this here to get a context of, well, this is Psalm of David. Well, what is he talking about? Why is he so turned up? Just generally speaking, or something specific? Here is the rebellion against David. We liken this to even the Asperosin incident. David was not afraid of any man except Achitophel. One ancient scholar of Torah said, he said, hence, David said, give ear, O Elohim, to my prayer, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Attend to I, and answer I. In Psalm 55, Hebraically the second and third verses, or KJV Bibles, the first and second verse. Why did he say this? Right? In Psalm 55, the next verse says, because of the voice of the enemy. Because of the oppression, rephrase, down pressing of the ratchet, of the rasha, of the wicked. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, asks David, hast thou, the eye, speaking to David, not said, even in Psalm 27, verse 3, though a host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Didn't you say this, David? In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, speaking to David, this is the words of David in Psalm 27, verse 3. He said, although a host, an army, a gang should encamp against I, my heart should not fear. David answered, Ribon Shel HaOlamim, master of the Einaversal master, Melech HaOlam. Give I such enemies of whom I can say. No, now David's reply here, based on the study of the Psalms, David replying with Psalm 18, verse 38. Give me enemies, speaking to the Most High, give me enemies of whom I can say, I have pursued mine enemies and overtaken them. Neither did I turn back till them were consumed. And David went on to say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to the Holy One, blessed be He, this Achitophel is not one of such enemies, for they are of the nations of the earth. The others were of the Goyei Haaretz, other nations, nationality. He is my own kind. He is my own kind. And David said further, bringing out the study of today's Psalm in Psalm 55, Hebraically the 13th verse, the 12th in KJV. For it was not an enemy that taunted me, that mocked me, that taunted me. Then I could have borne it. You know, like, it's not like somebody that don't know you, but one of your own homies. Indeed, he was a great man, for I addressed him in this way. David said this right here from today's Psalm. Psalm 55 in the Hebrew verse 14, in KJV verse 13. But it was thou, I, a man according to my order, my guide, and my familiar friend. What is meant by the words, according to my order? Bringing out the Hebrew sentence. Let's just grab the KJV right here and go to the 13th verse and see how King James translates this. But it was thou, a man mine equal. So Hebraically bringing out the sense of according to my own order. So according to Rav Yehoshua ben Levi, David meant Achitophel was my orderer. Achitophel was my orderer. That is to say, it was he who arranged laws, Torot, direction, instructions in their proper order. By the words, my guide, David meant Achitophel was my master, Rebbe, who instructed me in HaTorah and Torah. For the next verse says, according to Psalm 55, verse 15, KJV, verse 14, we, I and I, took sweet counsel together, and walked into the house of Elohim. Beregesh. What other context gives us the meaning of the Hebrew word regesh? We are taught in the Mishnah, the Shana, the Mishnah, the double over study, like actually Deuteronomy, repetition of the law is called, even in the Torah, the Mishnah, that the daily offering was to be slaughtered by 12 priests and the bullock by 24 priests. That 4 times daily all the priests were to assemble together in the court of HaHekal, of the temple, the Beit Mikdash, there to cast lots for the different services. Why did so many take part? Well, Rav Yohanan reasoned on this and said, in order to gather the company, the Regesh, into the court, the Chatzirot, the Chatzir of the temple. Thus, the verse above is read from today's psalm, we, I and I, walked into the house of Elohim in company, in the Regesh, in the company, in the crowd. When David finished his prayer to Philato, as scripture says in 2 Samuel chapter 15, verse 32, it came to pass that when David was come to the top of the mount, where he was wont to worship Elohim, where he was used to worship Elohim, behold, Hushai the Archite came to meet him. Upon seeing the Archite, David said, now there's no further irking of my wound. And going on in 2 Samuel, and David said to him, if thou passest on with me, passes like the Passover, go on with I, then thou will be a burden to me. But if thou return to the city, the bloody city, speaking about what was going on in Absalom's rebellion and one's rebelling against his majesty, great King David, and say to Absalom, I will be thy servant, O king. Then wilt thou defeat for me the counsel of Achitophel. So what David was saying here, he was driven away, right? And his son rose up against him and ting. And so Hushai came along and he's saying, well, you'll do me a real good thing, right? If you don't trod with me, you're going to be a burden to me, but go back to the city, right? Get close to Achitophel, you know, that friend enemy. He was a friend, now he's an enemy. Now he joined up with my son against me and everything, right? And defeat his counsel. So David said to Hushai, HaKadosh Baruch Hu sent the eye to me, to I. No man except thee can bring to naught, to nothingness, the counsel, the advice of Achitophel. You see, we have to over this because it comes out within the scripts, right? This is part of that Messiah, that Messiah character. David, he was afraid, based on a lot of the evidence, what was going on, of the counsel of Achitophel, because of how important he was to David, right? And now he's going after his son and so forth and so on, because it was very great counsel. And why was it called great? Well, Scripture says in 2 Samuel chapter 16 verse 23, now the counsel of Achitophel, which he counseled in those days, was as if a man inquired of the word of Elohim. So Achitophel was so important that the scripture says right here that it was in those days, the counsel of Achitophel that he counseled in those days was as if a man inquired of the words, Divrei Elohim, the words of Elohim. Hence, David said, Ribon Shel Ha'olamim, Master of the universe, universal Master. To the eye I must call, Ekra, Elekai Kra, to the I must call out, call upon the I by name. As is said, even in Psalm 55, today's daily Psalm, verse 17, as for me, as for I will call upon Elohim, true good and true God, my power, and Yahuwah, Jehovah, Donai, will save I. So here, just to put in a little bit of the more studied perspective of today's daily Psalm, right? Because there's a context to it. And the information, if you follow up, you know the truth for yourself, that it connects with that period of the rebellion, right? The rebellion by David's son and others conspired, so forth and so on. But there's a particular one he's speaking about in the psalm that was his friend, his homie, who had turned against him. He said, if it was anybody else, I'll deal with it. You know, you be taking dirt nap right now, but it's you, man. Oh, man. You know what I mean? So, here, let's get an overview of the metaphysics. Quick here, metaphysics of Ahitophel and Absalom's rebellion.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
When David had heard say of it, he said, "Oh Yahuwah,
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an
Lion
upper room.
Society.
Yes. Before we segue, I know the evening psalms, and we have the Torah reading and feeding right here. Fifth day. Zoom in on some of the contents there. Touch briefly on the Amharic right there, but just to hear a little bit of the Amharic right here of Psalm 5:5 on the dubwise right here. Dennis Brown, Bloody City. Yes, I.
That's filled with liars, robbers, and thieves.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
መዝሙር 54 በቅንፍ 55 ለመዘምራን አለቃ በበገናዎች የዳዊት ትምህርት። አቤቱ ጸሎቴን አድምጥ፣ ልመናዬንም ቸል አትበል። ተመልከተኝ ስማኝም፣ በሐዘኔ ተቅበዘበዝኩ ተናወጥኩም። ከጠላት ድምፅ ካመፀኞች ግፍ የተነሳ አመፃን በላዬ ጥለውብኛልና በቁጣም ጠልተውኛልና ልቤ በላዬ ተናወጠብኝ፣ የሞት ድንጋጤም ወደቀብኝ። ፍርሃትና እንቅጥቅጥ መጡብኝ፣ ጨለማም ሸፈነኝ። በርሬ አርፍ ዘንድ እንደርግብ ክንፍ ማን በሰጠኝ እነሆ ኮብልዬ በራቅሁ በምድረ በዳም በተቀመጥሁ ካውሎና ከብርቱ ነፋስ ሸሽቼ በፈጠንኳል አቤቱ ግፍንና ጠብን በከተማ ውስጥ አይቻለሁና አስጥማቸው አንደበታቸውንም ቁረጥ በቀንና በሌሊት በቅጥሯ ይከቧታል አመጻና ድካም ኃጢአትም በመካከሏ ነው ተንኮልና ሽንገላ ከአደባባይዋ አይርቁም ጠላትስ ቢሰድበኝ በታገስኩ ነበር የሚጠላኝም ራሱን በላይ ከፍ ከፍ ቢያደርግ ከርሱ በተሸሸሁ ነበር አንተ ግን እኩያዬ ሰው ባልንጀራዬና የልቤ ወዳጅ መብልን ከኔ ጋር በአንድነት ያጣፈጥህ በአንድ ልብ በእግዚአብሔር ቤት ተራመድን ሞት ይምጣባቸው በሕይወት ሳሉ ወደ ሲኦል ይውረዱ ክፋት በማደሪያቸውና በመካከላቸው ነውና እኔ ግን ወደ እግዚአብሔር ጮኽሁ እግዚአብሔርም ሰማኝ በማታና በጠዋት በቀትርም እናገራለሁ እጮህም አለሁ ቃሌንም ይሰማኛል በእኔ ላይ ብዙ ነበሩና ከሚቃረቡኝ ነፍሴን በሰላም አድናት ቤዛ የላቸውምና እግዚአብሔርንም አልፈለጉትምና ከጥንት ጀምሮ የነበረ እግዚአብሔር ሰምቶ ያጎሳቁላቸዋል ከርሱ ጋር ሰላም በነበሩት ላይ እጁን ዘረጋ ኪዳኑንም አረከሱ አፉ ከቅቤ ይልቅ ለዘበ በልቡ ግን ሰልፍ ነበረ ቃሎቹም ከዘይት ይልቅ ለሰለሱ እነርሱ ግን እንደተመዘዘ ሰይፍ ናቸው ትካዜህን በእግዚአብሔር ላይ ጣል እርሱ ይደግፈሃል ለጻድቁም ለዘላለም ሁከትን አይሰጠው አንተ ግን አቤቱ ወደ ሞት ጉድጓድ ታወርዳቸዋለህ የደም ሰዎችና ሸንጋዮች ዘመናቸው ግማሽ አይሞላ እኔ ግን አቤቱ ታመንሃለሁ
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. Zooming in on some highlights right there. Psalm 50, 55. Psalm 55. What a prayer right there. Now, of course, there's more to that right there. We have like 23, 24 verses right there. But we do have a Torah reading and feeding before us right here. This, Yes. Okay, here we go. Yes. No, just some reverb right there. Yeah, so here, blessings, the blessings and the curses, the blessing and the consequences. This is here, if we will, right here again, the fourth and the fifth aliyot, right here for this Torah reading and feeding at the fifth day, moving into the Shabbat, Shabbat coming forward, right here. So here, let's bring this up right here. Give thanks. If can be put on the screen what we recently shared, the two slide folders right there. We can put that on the screen. Yes, that'll be good.
Main word.
אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, לא יהיה לך אלוהים אחרים על פניי. לא תישא את שם אדוני אלוהיך לשווא. זכור את יום השבת לקדשו. כבד את אביך ואת אמך. לא תרצח, לא תנאף, לא תגנוב, לא תענה ברעך עד שקר. לא תחמוד בית רעך.
Hear the words right here of Moshiach ben Dawid, the Messiah, son of David, Kanaman, Haile Selassie, conquering line of the tribe of Judah.
Your Freedom Majesty is a mature Christian, having a special word for young people of these days. Christianity is not restricted to a given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the Ten Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the Ten Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it is also what I accept and follow, I would believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
Shema, Shema, Yisrael. Ethiopia, Hoi, Sini, Israel, so.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. What does our Godfather and King of Kings, our namesake, say? The love shown by our God, Amlakachin, Amlakina, the Hebrew Eloheinu, to mankind, to humanity, should constrain all of us who are followers and disciples of Christ, of Moshiach, to do all in our power to see, sight, to see to it that the message of salvation is carried to those of our fellows for whom Christ, Moshiach, Mosheinu, our Savior, Medchanetachin, was sacrificed, but who have not had the benefit of hearing the good news. Hear the word. Let's fulfill the word. Walk out the word. So let's hear. Yes, I. So here for day 4, we'll say day 4, day 5, or the 3rd and the 4th aliyot right here, just to hear of this. I know we have zoomed in on some points, actually in the 5th day's aliyah on the previous podcast, but just to hear this right here, reading and feeding.
Hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear. Hear for the Rabi'i aliyah, the 4th aliyah for this Shabbat Re'eh, Sabbath, behold. Here picking up with the 5th book of Moses, the Hebrew book called Deuteronomy. Here Deuteronomy chapter 14 for the Rabi'i aliyah, for the 4th reading, the 4th up offering up for this Shabbat Re'eh. Banim atem la Yahuwah Eloheikem lo tita giddu lo tasimu arha beina ayenekem lamet. Ye, y'all are the children of Yahweh Eloheikem, of Jehovah Yal Elohim. Banim atem la Yahuwah Eloheikem. Ye, y'all, shall not cut yourselves, lo tita giddu, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. With lo ta simu arha beina ayenekem lamet. For thou art an holy people, a set apart people, la Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim. Yahweh, Jehovah, hath chosen thee, to be a peculiar treasure, the peculiar people to himself, above all the nations, the goyim, the nationalities that are upon the earth, the plain. The dietary, the liberty laws, Torot, directions, instructions. Verse 3. Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye all shall eat, the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart and the roebuck, and the fallow deer, and the wild goat, and the pigarg, and the wild ox, and the chamois, and every beast that parteth the hoof, and cleaveth the cleft into 2 claws, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that ye y'all shall eat. Nevertheless, these ye y'all shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, and the hare, and the coney. For they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore, they are unclean to you. and the swine, because it divideth the hoof, yet cheweth not the cud. It is unclean to you. Ye, y'all shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. These ye, y'all shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat. And whatsoever hath not fins and scales, ye, y'all may not eat. It is unclean to you. Of all clean birds, ye, y'all shall eat. But these are they, of which ye, y'all shall not eat: the eagle, and the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the glade, and the kite, and the vulture after his kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gyre eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flieth is unclean to you. They shall not be eaten. But of all clean fowls, ye, y'all may eat. Ye, y'all shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it to the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat it. Or thou mayest sell it to an alien, for thou art an holy people, a set-apart people, la Yahuwah Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim. Thou shalt not seize a kid in his mother's milk. And hear, Shema, give ear. Here for the Hamishi Aliyah. Here for the fifth reading, the fifth Aliyah, the fifth offering up for this Shabbat Re'eh, Sabbath Behold. Here picking up with fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 14. Here at verse 22. Aser et kola te buat zareka hayayotzeya hasadeh shana. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed. Aser et kola te buata zareka. That the field bringeth forth year by year. Hayotzeya ha-sadeh, shana. And thou shalt eat lifnei Yahuwah Eloheka, before Jehovah the I Elohim, in the place, the makom, which he shall choose to place Shemo, his name, there. The tithe of thy corn, and of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the firstlings of thy herds, and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear, to reverence, to respect Yahuwah Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, always. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, shall choose to set Shemo, his name, there, when Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, hath blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thine hand, and shalt go to the place, the makom, which Yahuwah Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, shall choose. And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul, thy nefesh, thy psyche desireth. And thou shalt eat there, lifnei Yahuwah Eloheka, before Jehovah the I Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household, and Halewi, and the Levite that is within thy gates. Thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithes of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. And Halawi, the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the Elohim, may bless thee in all the work of thine hand, thine yad, which thou doest.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
This particular Torah portion. So first of all, Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam. This would be like first words. So in the first words on this Torah portion coming forward, Senbet Salam. This would be like first words. So in the first words on this Torah portion coming forward or coming in within this time right now. Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Glory be to the King of Kings, Kedamawi Haile Selassie, in the name of Yeshua HaMoshiach, Ani Ma'amin Ki Yeshua HaMoshiach Bein HaElohim Hu. I amen that Yeshua is, Jesus is the anointed, the Son of the power. He is, he be who he be. Amen and amen. So this Torah portion begins with the reading and feeding. It's called, first of all, the name of the Parashah portion in the Royal Amharic in the Book of the Seven Seals of the Conquering Line of the Tribe of Judah, the Revised Amharic Bible of Kedamawi Haile Selassie. It is known as Ineho, and in the Hebrew, Masoretic Hebrew, Re'eh. And Re'eh means to see or to behold. And this key word is found in the portion from the Hebrew book. Okay, it was the Hebrew book, right? The 5 Hebrew study books that we have as a PDF. The Torah portion, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4, and we're now in Volume 5, or Devarim, using the usual spelling here. So we're going from low degrees to high degrees in our study of the way of His Majesty. The Hebrew book of the Deuteronomy. So this is the Hebrew book of the Deuteronomy, which means the repetition of the law, Torah portion, Volume 5. So I was saying a couple of minutes ago, well, let me give the portion first of all, Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 26, right? And the reading is from Deuteronomy 11, 26 to 16, 17. And this portion, continuing from the previous portion, right, is at verse 26, which says, Behold, Re'eh, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. And there's a semicolon right there, but that's verse 26. And here's where we get the title Ineho, for example, in the Metzaf Kedus, right, in the Book of the Seven Seals of Kedamawi Haile Selassie. So the evening is already coming in here in the east, on the so-called east, northeast, in the northeast, in the west, in the northeast of the west, that we are on the east coast over here. So let's go to this portion right here using the Yota software on this laptop, and let's go to 11 and 16. So we're once again in the midst of a chapter as we were at 7:11, 7:12 from the 46, the Ikev, consequently in Dihim Yehonah. Now we're at the 47th, and Neho, Re'eh, linked to Ra'i in the sense of vision and sighting and seeing in the Masoretic. And here at verse 26, the reading from the Metzaf Kedus of Negus and Neges, Sima, Sima is Besima Awolam and Fes Kedus, Ahadu Amlak. Ineho, Ine Zare Befitachu, Baraketna Margemin Anoralo. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing, a barakat, and a curse. Baraketna margamin. He sets before them. Now, we have the Ethiopic Torah, or the Orit, is what's called the Octatech. Now, the Western Jews or Hebrews say the Pentateuch in the East, right, among the Messianics and amongst the Beta Israel, the Ethiopia, we know this as the Octatech. So it's actually 8 books, right? 8 books. Pentateuch is 5 books. Penta, this is Octatech. So the additional books are Joshua, Judges, and Ruth, right? Within our Ethiopian Hebrew and Hebraic Ethiopian triad and tradition and halakha, akahei, the walk. Amen. So here in the Orit Zedagim, the verse 26 reads, Wenahu ana yom akawim idamekamu barakata we mergame. And Degana means again, from the Ge'ez, Wenahu ana yom akawim idameyakamu barakata we mergame. All right. So the words, even from hearing it, once again, the Amharic, Ineho, Ine, I, Ana, I, Zare, today, or Yom in the Ethiopic, the is Yom, like in the Hebrew, Yom, like today, Ine, Zare, Befitachu, in your presence, before you, Barakatna, Margamin, Anoralo, Wenahu, Ana, Yom, Akawim, Edameyakamu, Barakata, we margame, right? So behold, the key is Ineho in the Royal Amharic, in the pure language, from the Ge'ez root wenahu. Now, what is interesting here? Let me look right here. What is interesting, because it says wenahu, right? Wenahu. I think the we there, the conjunctive is like and behold, right? And see. That seems to be only in the Ge'ez, and see. Right, but the nahu, the ineho, nahu, right, to see, to behold. It's like to say, look, here it is. You know, boom, there it is. Like, look, here it is. So that's another way of interpreting this Torah portion. Is like, look, here it is. Look, here it is. Behold, re'eh. Now, re'eh also now is a shared. These are shared Afro-Shemitic root words. So as we are studying from the English version at the kindergarten level, with the Schofield Study Bible at a basic level, then we come to the basic elementary level, like the Hebrew for the Old Testament, the Greek underlying the New Testament, using the study software like the Word and Blue Letter Bible. You know, take baby steps at first, brothers and sisters. Take baby steps at first, right? Because there's a wealth. Right, you know, there's a wealth to be inherited properly. So let it be done decently and in order. And the decently is like according to a certain ceremonial or rank level. So the first principles first. Right, that's why we focus on the key word, neho, right, nahu, re'eh. So we're recording this right here as a brief audio to hopefully be broadcast on tonight's right, within mainly our heart and our mind. Because we might be in a situation where, in the fullness of peace in the outer bodily sense, is not able, you know, the spirit and the flesh wrestling. But focusing on the spirit, the Ruach, right, Ha-Kodesh, focusing on the Menfes Kedus, the Ayla Irit, will, as we grow, right, as we maintain that joy, the joy and the growth is the key. So that we can not just serve, but also be served, right, by Ayanai, Abba, and Father, and can get the strength to be able to serve and to endure, right, the little things as well as the big things in Ayanai Pilgrim walk, in Ayanai Pilgrim try, right, even through this Almavet, the shadow of death, you know what I mean, you know, of this world, of the end time, because the old system of things is dying, right, but we are in the living, and the living is to be within Ayanai so that we may be that light, right, you know, that light and that salt, you know, as he's speaking, have that savor. So let's just touch on this just briefly right here, right, in the couple of minutes that we have that we want to record. I want to go into a longer teaching because there's a couple of other audios we like to share as well with the brothers and sisters, you know, since this is more or less the tone of this, and as we work to having a audio ministry section on our Grace Book on RTG, Rastafari Groundation, where we can upload some of these recorded, you know, audio reports and audio sipkets and some of the audios, so that ones will be able to download it on demand, right? You can download on demand, where some of them will be broadcast, but more of them that we might not have always the time or find the right time or the right means of grace, we can utilize that. So we're about to open up that feature as well. We wanted to be reminded, and also to remind of this fifth season, Devarim Orisa Dagim, and this 47th episode or Parsha, which is known as Ineho in the Royal Amharic, in the pure language of the King of Kings in Christ, and in the Masoretic traditional Hebrew of the Masorah as Re'eh, which means to see. And the good is Wenahu. Really is like, look, here it is. Here he is, here it is. Right? And then there's a female form, Nehuat, but that is gratuitous right now, but still gracious. So let's go forward and look at this portion right here. Interestingly enough, let's just go through. This is first words of this particular Torah portion. So the first observation is that it begins like it's part way in the chapter. So in listening to the audio, right, of Alexander Scorby, we usually repeat the whole chapter. And this is good also in one's study. You might begin at that particular verse to continue on, but it's good to sometimes go over the chapter, because redundancy is good, right? In any good government or kingdom, redundancy, that means repetition. Some things need to be, repeated. You're painting your wall or something like that, you put an extra coat. Why is that? So we have here in verse 26, 11:26, behold, look and see. And the Hebrew re'eh has that. Now, that same word in the Ethiopic more leads to that vision. So it's also a vision. But at that time, it was like, look, here it is. Right? Look, here it is. Right? So that continues to verse 32. Then we have chapter 12 of Deuteronomy. And this section here, conditions of blessing in the land. So let's just say that we are beginning to aliyah. And certain ones say, I would like to have a portion of the reading. Right? A portion. Right? A portion of the reading. Right? And see, this is what we need to get the radio ministry together, so that ones will be able to send these updates and we can have certain things decent and in order. I mean, we're already in that order, but we can continue to grow in his grace and in his knowledge of science. So ones would say, I want to have a reading. We first have to see which are the portions. The Torah, in the Amharic Bible, they are paragraphicals, where certain verses are together in sections. In fact, let's see if I can get a hard copy. I had a hard copy here, but I'm moving books around. Let's just hold on for a moment right there. All right. I wonder whether on the audio I will hear that part and I'll self-narrate. And I just got up and walked into the next room. Anyway, so let's go right here so we can understand this order. Even in some who have good Torah scrolls would see it. Sometimes it's not there in reprinted books. We look at each verse as each verse, but these verses really go together in what we call paragraphicals, right? So, for example, in this Torah portion, reading and feeding from 11:26 of Deuteronomy to 16:17, let's look at the Metzas Kedus, right, the book of the seven seals of his majesty. We're in chapter 11. Lo and behold, verse 26, Ahaya Sedis, begins a new paragraphical, right? It begins a new paragraphical. Even though if you look in the King James Bible or in other Bibles where they have it verse by verse, you can't see that distinguishment, right? And it's interesting because other areas where the Schofield gives like subsection kind of subscription, like example, from verse 26 to verse 32 is the first aliyah, will be the first reading, right? Would be something like the first reading, which in the English would be from the behold I've set before you this day a blessing and a curse, to verse 32, and ye shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments which I set before you this day. So one getting that first privilege, or that first honor, actually, honor is a more correct term, that glory, would go up and read that in a mikurab, in a gathering, right? In a gathering, or what they would call from Israel's time to New Testament times, and even nowadays to some degree, a synagogue, right? Or a Knesset, right? A Knesset on the Hebrew level, Knesset. So that reading, the person who received that first honor, would in a gathering go up to the bima, that's the table, the Tereb Eza, right, the Gebetah, where the ark was usually put there. The Torah is like that law, the tablets of stone, so the Torah represents the content of the ark. They would go up to the Torah scroll or to the Metzaf, and with one of the officiating priests pointing, using a pointer or a yad to point to the section of scripture, that one would read. Usually this is where the bar mitzvah and bat mitzvah, like where someone, like a youth who's about ready to pass the bar mitzvah, and to go from being a child. See, this is where you go from being a child to being a son or a daughter, a bar mitzvah or a bat mitzvah, or for I a welder to his eyes or a waleta to his eyes. This is one of the exercises, right? This is one of the acts. This is one of the accomplishments or performances that one should be able to perform.
Let's pause right there. Pause right there for a moment. Okay. Oh, wow. I actually had the screen on there. So wait, you were seeing that? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was taking a picture just to be able to kind of show, you know what I mean? Kind of show the book. I said, let me get a hard copy because I was narrating it. This camera is not too bad, but it's not, let's see, it's not clear, but it's okay. Yeah, but it's a good zoom in. Okay, so here is chapter 11. This is chapter 11, right? This is chapter 11 right here. So, right, chapter 11, and it has the Ethiopic has the good is ciphers. The good is ciphers. The good is numbers. That's 18, but it's like in the shadow. Asura cement, right? Let's go over here. So you see over here, this there, Mi'raf chapter, Asura Hulet. Right? So we have Asura 10 and Hulet 10 and 2, right? To say 12, right? That's chapter 12. So here is what we're talking about right here. Yeah. So here you see this is the verse right here. And on the right hand side, the cipher you see right there is Haya Sadist. Haya is 20 and Sadist. Haya Sadist. You know what I mean? Haya Sadist. Right? So right there, it says Ineho Ine Zare Befitachu Baraketina Mergamin Anoralo. And then there's a you can see, yeah, it's not super clear, that little mark between the words on the line, that's like a kind of a colon, semicolon. Then over here you have, yeah, I could have taken maybe the lens wasn't clean, right? But that's 27, right? 27. So I was trying to show and demonstrate, as you can see here in the Amharic, right? In the Royal Amharic is matchy Bob. You see how there's paragraphicals, like over here from the page before. There's a paragraph here. You see how the paragraph ends. Right there's a paragraph right here, right? Then it ends, and a new paragraph begins right there, right? Scroll down, then you see a new paragraph begins there. So here in chapter 11, there's a paragraph that ends at verse 12. A new paragraph begins at verse 13. Scroll down, then we have a new paragraph begins at verse 18, right? Verse 18 right there, and then it continues over here to the next column, right? And it ends at verse 25. So here we pick up with a new Torah reading and feeding right here. So now you see how there's this paragraphical, right? How the paragraph right here, it ends right here at verse Salasa Hulet. The cipher is there. That's the cipher. Salasa 30 and Hulet, 30 and 2, Salasa Hulet, right? Salasa Hulet, right? So right there, right? There we go. And then the next chapter goes on. The paragraphical continues to the next page. I think I zoomed in over here. Yeah, zoomed in over here just to get this is a little bit clearer somewhat. Yeah. So you can see that's what I was trying to demonstrate, that when we then go over here, for example, let's do this right here, for example. Okay, that was the camera thing. All right, then, okay, yeah. So we didn't switch the screen. All right, so some of the background. Right, so here we go right here. So you see, we have the Torah reading. This is on our page, lojs.org. Right, so yeah. Now look at some of the pictures in the background. I'll explain a little bit on that. But so we have this Torah portion, chapter 11, verses 26, right, to chapter 16, verse 17. Right, that's the whole of the Torah reading and feeding. Right. So in the first reading, so when you go over here, for example, we go over to this page. So re'eh, I was saying that's re'eh, but then there's sometimes, in spoken, there's a glide. Re'eh, 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 re, re'eh, right? So we was pronouncing it like that. But here we go through this right here. And here you see a lot of little commentary. Some of it is very, very important, but this is the part right here that, let's see how large we can make this. All right, so we notice as we were studying this, then we looked at the Amharic and we say, oh, wow. In a sense, what they're saying that there are these notations within the Hebrew, a proper Hebrew scroll or manuscript. These are already, right? These are already there as chapters. Remember, His Majesty in the Revised Amharic Bible, after the first printing from all in the Regency time through the coronation time to the first copy, roughly was in the press around 1936, when the fascists, the Romanists, the Vaticanians invaded. Right, that was distributed on what they call photo offset, right, to ones and ones. As scripture for prayer, for encouragement during these trials and tribulations. And then, right, after liberation, right, 41, right, after liberation, His Majesty said about having a like a revision be made and to go to the Meseratawi Kwankwa, the foundational language, Ibrayist. So he says this in the revised Amharic Bible speech. You'll see that from July 23rd, 1961. And in the original print, that was the foreword, the Mekdem, right? So that I read before, right? And I said, okay, so they translated first from the Ge'ez into the Royal Amharic, and then after liberation, right? He thought that a revision. So it's like taking the kind of the cream from the Ethiopic into the Royal Amharic, and then now let's compare this, right, with the original, the Hebrew, what's called the Hebrew manuscripts, right? What he calls the Meseretawi, the foundational. Meseret in the Amharic is foundation. It corresponds to the Hebrew word Masad. Masad is a basic Hebrew word that means foundation, Masad. So here where it says in the reading, this is on the point of reference here, Wikipedia page, but it's pretty accurate and there's a lot of useful information here if we would study it and peer review, reason on it. In traditional Sabbath Torah reading, the parasha, the portion, right, is divided into 7 readings. This is why we say an aliyah a day or reading a day, right? Aliyot. So that in the Hebrew is where we get the term over here, aliyot, right? Aliyot. Aliyot means like ascents, like going up, ascensions, going up, right? Like going up, like to the altar, like the priest would go up to the altar to offer, one go up to read, right? So the aliyot, aliyah also can mean like to return to the land, return out of exile, right? It's to do your aliyah. We may say repatriation, right? Others will say aliyah, like almost like ascent, almost like an ascension in a sense, right? In the Masoretic text and of the Tanakh, what's called the Tanakh, right? This is an acronym for Torah, for T, the Na for Nabim or prophets, and the KH for the Ketubim, or the writings. Parsha Re'eh or Re'eh, right, has 6 open portion, what's known in the Hebrew as Petucha. Petucha is like an open portion. So what I was showing you there in the Amharic, this is how paragraphs later on was made from those who understood the narrative. And you can see that these verses are speaking about this subject. And then from this verse to this it changes subject, or there's another portion, like how we make paragraphs today, so to speak, right? There are markings that are made, right, within the Hebrew that signify that, right? Like kind of standalone letters. Right, so we have the petucha, right, open portion, right? These are divisions roughly, you see what it says right here? Divisions roughly equivalent to paragraphs, right? So we showed you from the Metzaf Kedus, the revised, authorized, revised Amharic Bible, the paragraphical. So the first thing I noticed is that by studying the Masoretic, the Hebrew, the Chumash, right? And then studying side by side with the Metzaf Kedus, I said, wow, it's almost like in the Metzaf Kedus, these portions, the aliyot, are these paragraphs here. You know what I mean? It's almost like one for one. So when it says divisions that are roughly, right? So in the majority of times, sometimes there's a difference. And that's what's very interesting is not just now we know it's the same. There's a commonality, but where there's a difference, there might be, hopefully a braka, a blessing. But anyway, going on with this, often abbreviated with the Hebrew letter pet, right? So the Hebrew letter pet. So if you're looking at a scroll, you might find there's a verse, the verse ends, but then there's a standalone letter, and then you see this is like peh, fe. You'd be like, well, what's that? That means that this is the open portion, right? That basically refers to open portion. So parsha re'eh, right? Re has several further subdivisions. These subdivisions are closed portions, right? Setuma, to like shut, to close, right? And these here are abbreviated with the Hebrew letter samek. Now I submit to you, when people talk about the hand sign of His Majesty, that the hand sign is really the samek, right? In the Hebrew, it's a samek, right? If one understands and knows what samek is and the significance of samek. But there we got the samek, not really a triangle always, but sometimes it's just when when you just like almost like you're holding an orb in your hand. Just have your fingers together. I know people talk about Mason, Freemason, a lot of nonsense, but it's like these people only corrupt the creation, corrupt those things that are good, right? It's discernment that's important, right? And intent, of course. Intent, yeah? With the open portion. So the Samek is used with the open portion. So the first open portion spans the first, second, and third part of the third reading. So the first open portion. So that means that within the Hebrew manuscripts, it's a little more detailed than just the paragraphicals, but they are pointed to with the Petucha and the Setuma. But it says that the first reading, right, the first open portion, we have the first Aliyah, right, the second one, and part of the third reading, right, when we're looking at the text and we're looking at the subject matter being addressed. The second open portion goes from the middle of the third reading. The third reading is like the third aliyah, right? The third reading, right? Of the seven, right? To the middle of the third reading to the end of the fourth reading. The third open portion, it spans the fifth and the sixth readings, right? The fourth, fifth, and sixth open portion divisions, right? You must say roughly like paragraphs. They divide the seventh reading. And then the closed portion divisions further divide divide each of the seven readings. So for example, let's just take this for example, right? So with the first reading, the first aliyah, right, is from Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 26, right, to Deuteronomy chapter 12 and 10. So over here, as we showed in them heart, we have verse 26 right there. Let's zoom out. Verse 26, we scroll down and we just get a part. Did I have more of it? Yeah, I got more of it. Let's go here. We have to turn the page. Let me just do this right here. Hold on for a moment. I close the book. Let me just turn the page, right? Just take my word for it. Take my advice right now. Because I just want to get through this so I can just kind of show and prove and demonstrate. Because you might hear it and, imagine it. But if you can kind of see even a rough example, we'll get a better example, But, we're going through some things in our office, trying to make it more serviceable. But here, we turn the page, right? And then here it says here it goes on to verse chapter 12 goes to verse 10. Go to verse actually Asura Arad, verse 14, right? Verse 14, right? This here goes on to verse 6, right? Verse 6. Let's scroll back over here, right? So 14, right? So 14. Because remember they said that the first one goes to the first, the second, and the third readings, right? So the paragraphical ending right here is not verse 10, but it's verse 14, right? So this is like the opening. This is the first part of it. In the first reading here, right? So that audible that we were sharing, hold on for a moment, audible that we were sharing just briefly right there. We just kind of paused it right there because we was like thinking about it, we can see it in our own mind's eye, but ones and ones can't really see it for themselves.
Perform. So when we look over the Torah portion, right, since we're speaking about we should have readers, that is very good. Now we need to look at what is the order of the, the word Nabab and the Nabab, or the Minbab. What is the order of the readings and how to decipher this. So for this 47th Torah portion, Ineho, Re'eh, right, let's use this as an example. So we're at 11:26, from 26 to verse 32. That first honor would go to whom it will be given to, right? That would be the first aliyah. Then from chapter 12, because this portion is from 11:26 to 16:17, chapter 12.
Well, let's pause a little bit. In the trad and the tradition, it usually goes to the one that is classified or is the Levite, right? Because the first portion will go to like the priest, and then the other portion like to the Levite. So usually from the third or the fourth to the seventh will be given to others from the congregation, right? So that right there, we said to whom it goes to, just to, just kind of sum up, not to put all that detail in there, but we thought it necessary to kind of just clarify that.
12 will begin the second one, where it's the conditions of blessing in the land. So first, let me just count how many portions, right? How many portions are here? Some of them are long. Some of them are short portions. If you look at the Schofield, from 26 doesn't have any special designation, but in the Metzaf Kedus, you see an indentation and it's a new paragraph from 26 to 32, right? Just as we have in our Torah. So that shows that how the Metzaf Kedus, by the intelligence it was created, is based on that same foundation as the Hebraic, Messianic, or Judaic root. So we can see that part of so-called Judaism is right and exact. This is how we can test and tell. So there'll be 1, 2, 3, I think, 4, 5, 6, 7 verses till we get to chapter 12, right? Now, chapter 12, right, from verse 1 all the way to verse 14. Now, in the English, you don't see any marking at verse 14. That means verse 15 will be a new section as well, right? A new aliyah as well, from verse 15 to verse 28. Then from verse 29 to verse 31. Right, and then interestingly enough, you have verse 32 apart, which could be a short reading as well. So say if there was a youth that was about to, or working on their rite of passage, right, they might be called up to read that one verse, right there, given the honor to read that one verse in a gathering, like if we were, say, physically gathering together. But in spirit, we want to seek to, perform that as well, seek to be here and to bring it to pass in spirit and in truth, right? But so there's two ways of looking at it. First, we'll look at it from the basic level, the kindergarten level, the basic first grade, second grade, basic levels. Look at the English. That means we have the section from Deuteronomy 11, 26 to 32. Then we have conditions of blessing in the land, right? Then we have no other subscription, but we know from the Metzaf Kedus that there are shorter aliyahs. 12 is broken down into shorter aliyahs, so more ones would have the potential to read. And it's often good to have others read portions. But while we have the audio readers, because we know sometimes you have to grow first, right? And grow mostly in that confidence to read. Even if you make some mistakes, you correct the mistakes and keep moving in grace, But some of us, we still are growing, right? So we can utilize the time effectively is the reason why we've chosen that. So, so then in chapter 13 is the test of false prophets. So chapter 12 is conditions of blessing in the land. Chapter 13, the test of false prophets. Chapter 14, there's a small section of 2 verses. Then it speaks introductions of dietary laws, right, in chapter 14, right? Then we have chapter 15, the sabbatic year, or the sabbatical year, in chapter 15. And then we have, near the end of chapter 15, the perpetual servant. And then we have chapter 16, the Passover, right, up to chapter 16 and 8. Now, then there's another section, the Feast of Weeks, up to verse 12. And then we have another section, the Feast of Tabernacles, 3 verses, 13 to 15. Then we have another section, the gift of males, right, of the Mandem, right, the King Mandem, Rasta Mandem, from verse 16 to 17. And that would conclude this Torah, the first reading of the Torah portion. right? So the subject matters, we want to refer to the subject matters more from the Schofield initially, and then we'll reference the Torah portion volume books, the Hebrew book of the 5 books right there that we have as a PDF. And then we also, of course, in our studies, we reference Hebrew for Christians as well. But getting a basic groundation, the Schofield Study Bible is that basic groundation for I and I at that first kindergarten level, as little children, as a child, so that one can get the milk of the word. So the subject matters here is, of course, the beginning intro part, right? Which is right here. There's no subscription here, but we can call it blessing and curse. Then we have conditions of blessing in the land. Then we have test of false prophets. Then we have dietary laws. Then we have the sabbatic year, or the sabbatical year. Then we have the perpetual servant. Then we have Passover. Then we have, or the Passover. Then we have the Feast of Weeks. Then we have the Feast of Tabernacles. And then we have the gift of males. So subject matters. How many subject matters was that? Were you counting? So we have the opening of this Torah portion, behold, and behold, a blessing and a curse, right? That means choose you this day, right? So that's the first part, right? Then we have second, conditions of blessing in land. Third, test of false prophets. Fourth, dietary laws. Fifth, sabbatic year. Sixth, perpetual servant. Seventh, the Passover. 8, the Feast of Weeks. 9, the Feast of Tabernacles. And 10, the gift of males. So in this Torah portion, there's 10 parts according to our basic first principle order of study. There's 10 parts to this particular Torah portion. So now we're beginning to read the Aliyah, and once receive that honor and step up to read, we're going to basically use the Schofield Study Bible order from the English. When we're ready to step up to the Royal Amharic, then we'll use the Royal Amharic as that order of reading of the Nabab. And I think that's logical. Not just makes sense, because, there's a sense is fleshy and a sense is spiritual, but that's logical according to the logos, according to the word. So let's look at this right here. So this RSS, I'm going to take some notes right here. So I have my copybook, just start a new copybook. Feel good, start a new copybook, right? Even though ending the old copybook is difficult, but you just have to carry on the themes and the ideas. So put in the title RSS, just another update for the co-laborers in the radio ministry. When we put the Rastafari Sabbath, we say sabbatical, but when we could start saying Sabbath, more almost like I and I Wenda does with the word picks, Brother Aaron, and RSS number, whatever the number is, and then put the name, the Hebrew Amharic name. I would say right now we put the Hebrew first, right, or the Amharic as we do at the RTG. So that right there, it's not an imperative, not a command, but it's a command that we put the name in. But whether the Amharic or the Hebrew is first, that's more permissive. I know some will say we should do it like this, but we're not going to take no so-called democratic vote on that right there. The ministers and the co-laborers, we can decide on that. But if ones want to give their feet forward, we should be willing to listen, to it. So, looking at the time right here on this, both it's like 8:41 now when we're recording this in the evening, and the broadcast roughly around 10 p.m. and hopefully it'll go through. It didn't go through last week, but we're not going to fret or worry about that, but give His Majesty in Christ our best blessed, like our blessed best. So we have 10 subject matters, right? We have, 10 subject matters. Okay, we have 10, but yeah, I'll put 10 aliyah. Aliyot, actually, is the plural. A singular is aliyah, and plural is aliyot, like aliyot. Aliyot, right? So 10 aliyahs. That means basically for us, 10 basic
Yes. Previous audible right there. It's interesting. It's almost like a flashback. Some of us and some ones, even yourself, and doing some work, you might have done work from the past, and you've done better and keep it pushing. But sometimes it's good to reflect if you can, right there. But yeah, so here's like where we're at. One thing about the bar and the bat mitzvah, that's important, and heal up to lone wolf and lion cub. Lone wolf and lion cub. I don't know if the item in the house right now, but yeah. heal up, because some ones and ones have been bringing forward, why we should have these rites of passage like the bar and the bat mitzvah, you know, um, not according to like no letter of no law or something like that, like, or you're blessed if you do, you're not if you don't, but something that is good and that would lead to a bracha and a blessing right there, for the children, and even for ourselves as well. I mean, this is like this, most of us didn't grow up so much like doing this, you know what I'm saying? But yet, those of us who have done it find that, in spite of everything else we're doing for life, it's like a kind of a stability. You know what I mean? Because as we go through a whole semester, we go through the Torah reading and feedings, even something to go through a book, and to better understand the book in context. So here we have re'eh, some may say re'eh, right? Or full glide, re'eh, re'eh, re, right? Contracted re, right? C. So here we have, I counted, I think in the Schofield Study Bible, it has like these like kind of sections where, this section, and these are like thematic. And sometimes that's good to understand the themes, because sometimes you just read through, yeah, a lot of information is hitting you, you know what I'm saying? But you're not really putting it in order, right? But here we have this is the TPV, Torah Portion Volume TPV 5, right? Debarim. And we find this over here. Let's see if we can go back over here. Let's pull this back a page, pull it back one more page. And here, this is at the LOJS, right? .org. An easy way to find it would be to put LOJS, put dot and org, and then put Torah and portion. And when you hit it, you should see a link that comes up, archives, right? Archives, yeah. So here's the 47th, right? We have the Hebrew first, re'eh, re, right? And Ineho, re'eh, right? Re, right? Re, right? So here, we have the 7. So here are the 7. So the whole portion right there, 11:26 to 16:17. And then we have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. So on the Shabbat, right, according to the tribe, there'll be like 7 aliyot. You know what I mean? At other times, there's nothing specific. So like during the Shabua, in the week, we can go through like first day, like what they call Sunday, first day, read a portion, like a portion a day. You know what I mean? Because it gives you time to kind of reflect. And then, for the next day, these are small, tend to be small, short portions. And have your copybook and, take notes, right? The next thing is having your copybook and taking notes. This is part of what we know as disciple and discipleship. The quote we had from His Majesty earlier, followers and disciples. All right. Whoa, followers and disciples. Yeah. So here we have the readings, like for like a daily reading. So here we're at the 5th reading, right, for the 5th day, but we're moving into the 6th day. And then on the Shabbat day, it's usually all 7 readings. Now, there's another subject matter too, right? We're in the Sabbaths of comfort, right? We have these 7, and here we are fulfilling the 3rd of the 7. And this kind of also tells us like how long do we have until we come into the 3rd of the 3 times in the year. The 3rd of the 3 times in the year, well, in this Torah reading and feeding, it summarizes, right, when it says over here, down here where it says Deuteronomy chapter 16, 1, it speaks about the Passover, the first of the 3 times. Then in verse 9, the feast, the festival of weeks, that's called Pentecost, right? Harvest, right? The feast of weeks, reviewed, right? And Deuteronomy chapter 16 is what we're coming up to right here in the year, right? In the Shana and the season, the feast of booths, that's also known as tabernacle, also called harvest, also called ingathering. So all these are the names that we find in the script, right? According to the context, right? Often referred to as the Feast of Booths because it's called Sukkot. Sukkah is singular, Sukkot is plural. Sukkah is like a booth. It's like a pavilion. It's like a hut. It's like a shanty, like a temporary something. What the Israelites did when they was going through the wilderness, they lived in like, temporary, we could say, accommodations. Even though some of the 42 places that they encamped, They might have encamped longer here than over there, but these were temporary. So when they came into the land, Yahweh said to remember all the way that Yahweh has led the people, right? Even though it's not us, it was our ancestors. We do this because we are connected with our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? In other words, our faithful, hopefully for our faithful and righteous ancestors. So we do it for continuity. But also as we do it, we learn something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We also can learn by doing. You know what I'm saying? As well. So we have this Torah reading and feeding right here. And this is the third. Let me just do this right here. This is the third, right? This is the third right here. And so here we had, what do we have before? Right? What do we have before? Right? Let me see if I can bring it up so you can see it. We have the 7 weeks of comfort. That's what I meant to do, is actually have a still, to show, right? The 7 weeks of comfort. But the Hebrew for Christians, they have a good page as well. Hopefully when we upgrade our site, we might have a kind of what they call it, like an outsource, like outer resource, other resources that we recommend, in context. So we may differ on some things, we'll point it out, but overall, we find it to be useful and right and accurate in primary things, right? And of course, ones might differ. We'll deal with those questions, and that's good. Iron sharpen iron. But here we're in the third. This one is called Anya, right? Anya Soara, Anya Soara, right? Talking about Isaiah 54:1. Anya, Anya, one who's afflicted. Anya, right? And Soara. But it's interesting because here is speaking to Yisrael as she, right? Here is speaking to Israel as a collective woman, right? In the sense, or you know what I'm saying? And now this might bother ones because the way Israel's my son. Yes, coming out of Mitzrayim is my son. But in the prophets, right? It's this by Yahweh speaking that way, he's speaking not so much to the man, but to the man's heart, to his soul, right? And to the soul of Yahweh's people, right? So here we have Isaiah 54:1. This is the third of the 7 weeks, the Shavuot of comfort. So as we count 7 weeks from first fruits to bring us to Pentecost, or to the Chamashim Yom, the 50th day called the harvest, the first harvest. Remember, there's the first. May Yahweh bless the early and the latter harvest. So here, as we're coming up on the 7th month, the 7th moon, right? In the holy year, we're coming up on the last 3 of the 7 appointments, namely, the day of trumpets, Yom Teruah, and then that's the first day of the 7th month. Then on the 10th day of the 7th month, we have Yom HaKippurim. The full name, Yom HaKippur, is the short way, but the full name, Kippurim. The Torah name, Kippurim, HaKippurim. The day of the coverings, the day of the atonements. Not just the day of the atonement in a singular sense, but the atonements for Kol Yisrael. Then 5 days after that, on the 15th, where we get the full moon connection with Psalm chant. We didn't even touch on Psalm 81, right? Psalm 81 is for a festival meditation. And from study, we see the relevant connection is with the feast coming up, the Feast of Tabernacles. Because the Feast of Tabernacles, when does it occur? Von Benjamin, did this, tune, Belial, right? Be loyal. And in that tune, right? And give thanks, Rasi Moore, for bringing that to I attention. He speaks about the 15th of the 7th month, the 15th of the 7th month. And, studying Torah, you begin to recognize, oh, yeah, he's talking about tabernacle, Sukkot, right? Chag HaSukkot, right? Talking about the feast of ingathering, tabernacle. So we both gather in the booths, the huts, the pavilions, those dens, temporary shelters, right? For those days, right? And then that's the same season where we gather in our crops, because it's the end of the sun cycle, the Torah says, at the end of the year, because now the year will change. And once we finish with tabernacles, we don't have any more covenant-wise appointment, right? We have other feasts, other festivals, people have other things they can enjoy and rejoice in, but it's not as though we have to keep this to be in good standing in the covenant wise, looking at Torah, looking at context, right? So, yeah, so it's Anya So'ara. So just getting up to here, we have Nahamu Ami, comfort ye, my people. We had previously Wa Tomer Tzion, but Zion said, right? Zion, she said, right? How she was afflicted, like we feel in our heart that, Yahweh has left us alone. He has forsaken us. He's forgotten us. I mean, if we be his people, why we're going through all these things? Isn't that the questions that come up? So here we have some answers for that. Vatomer Tzion. That was Isaiah 49, 14 to 51 and 3. And here we have Anya So'ara. Don't have it on the screen, Chaverim, to kind of show you, right here, right now. But I wanted to show you, I went all the way here, not to get into those other points, but hopefully some of those points might explain or articulate something that needs to be understood for someone, right? Here we was pointing to this right here, the book that we were looking in. It's this book. You can download the PDF, of it. And it's easy. It's a searchable type. So you put in the right keywords, you can find the section, or the key reference that you're looking for, within this. This is the TPV 5, abbreviated for Torah portion, volume 5. And that this means we're coming to the fullness right here. So here, this is a zoom in on a PDF version, right? And this basically gives another summary of subject and theme, right? So we best like this for our Torah studies. We best like this, although Schofield kind of zooms in on certain of the subject matters that come within the general overview we have here, right? So we have like the blessings and the curse, first part. Second part, centralized worship. Third part, not following Elohim Acharim. Fourth part, we have kashrut. Kashrut is that which is kasha. Kasha, a Hebrew word that means that which is appropriate, right? That's where we get the word kosher, right? The clean and unclean food, simply, right? Then we have the tithes, right? Or the tiths. The tiths or the tithes, right? We touched on this in the previous podcast, right? About the tithes, right? We went into the fact that there's more than one kind of tithe, and there is a 6 to 7 year cycle of tithing, right? It's not like we hear in some of these churches, right? And we say counterfeit and lawless churches that push all these strange tithing kind of schemes and everything, right? But then when we study this here in the Torah, it becomes obvious why they say we're not under the law. Don't look at the Old Testament. Don't look there. Just look at the New Testament. But you say we're not under the Torah, under the law, but you take the tithes, and the tithes was under the law. You see the hypocrite. But anyway, when we study this, it really break it down, you really begin to understand. Wow, you mean like every 3 years, and one of the tithes really that the people, the farmers, and not everybody tithes too. That's a point that we see some other, podcasters and other ones who, touch on some of the same subject matters, put forward, that not everybody tithes. I mean, it becomes obvious when we start to read with comprehension, because the tithing was all about what came from your land, right? And so who owned land, right? You know what I mean? Like, who owned land in Israel, right? This is why we find when they made the numbers of the numbering, where they number one according to their pedigree, according to their father's house. See, here's where the father and the father house comes important, right? Comes into context, very important, because it was given to he to protect she. You get what I'm saying right there? To he, to the man, right, to protect the land. The man to protect the land. Right there, the line is she. The land is she. Right? So it's given to those ones who are of those particular tribes who can trace their pedigree, so that Yahweh's word, right, is fulfilled. Because he promised the patriarchs Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. And then from Yaakov we have Yisrael. And then from Yisrael we have the 12 sons. And then from the 12 sons we have the 12, right? And this is who is being spoken to. Then we have the sabbatical year, right? What's the sabbatical? The seven Sabbath, right? Also known as the Shemitah year, right? The Shemitah year. right? Then we have the subject matter that they call here the Hebrew slave. We say the Hebrew servant, right? Because if you say slave and servant is the same thing, it's only the same thing with to people who lack good discernment, right? There's a difference, right? Though a servant could feel like a slave, right? But these are two. Slav come from a nationality. You know what I'm saying? Just think about that, right? We were made into Slavs, right? And bondmen and forced servants, right? But anyway, it speaks about the indentured servant. That's the indentured servant, the Hebrew indentured servant, right? Then we have the first link, right? And then it seals up right here with the 3 pilgrim festivals. So you see how over here, these 3 pilgrim festivals, right? And then how over here in our notes over here, it just breaks it down, the breakdown of the chapters right there. Chapter 16, the Passover, right? 1, right? The Feast of Weeks, right? 2, and the Feast of Booths, right? 3. So we see the 3 right there. You know what I mean? So one can see, what's going on, a kind of a general overview and a more specific overview right here. Now, as I mentioned, we touched on the tithe, and then we also had touched on, well, we read it. We didn't go into the laws of the kashrut, right? Or kasher, which is called kosher, like clean foods, the appropriate foods, right? Yes, so kasher, right? Kosher actually is not Yiddish or nothing like that. It's no European thing, right? It's actually from kashar, which is Hebrew. It means that to be appropriate, right? And it can be found in the scrolls. So the appropriate foods, the foods that are appropriate for covenant keeping people, and the foods that are not appropriate, right? The called elsewhere the clean and unclean foods, right? So this Torah portion right here, it begins off. This is a very important theme here, right? Wanted to get more into it, right? But not at this present time. What we like to do over here, right, is to go over here and just kind of go over this first word right here, right? This first word, see. What is being set before the children of Israel this day, right? That day, right? This day is always this day. Think about it, right? A blessing, a baraka, right? A baraka, or some might say bracha, baraka, bracha. A blessing and empowerment to prosper. You know what I'm saying? An empowerment to prosper, a blessing, right? A benediction, a good word, prosperity. Implication is prosperity. You see it right there. Right? Blessing, right? And a curse, kalala. You see kalala, right? Right? Kalala, a curse, vilification, extrication. It's a noun feminine, right? Now let's go over here for a moment. What part of speech is this? It's a noun feminine too, right? A noun feminine, baraka, and a kalala, right? A curse, a vilification. But let's go to the root of the word kalala, right? Because they say curse. Okay, yeah, we get curse. But what is curse in Hebrew, right? Because curse in English is vague, right? It can be vague. It can be dubious. And something that can be ambiguous, right? Well, in the Hebrew, it's not so dubious or vague. It's very clear when we study. It's from kalal. Kalal means to be slight. It says swift, but like to be trifling. You know what I mean? Trifling. Like somebody treating you less, a little account to be light. Not worth no honor, right? To be slight, right? To be slighted, right? Here to be trifling, of little account, of little worth. You get the sense right there? Too trifling. These trifling right? Donkeys, right? To appear trifling, to be insignificant. Now we're getting more of the sense, right? To be lightly, right? To be lightly esteemed, right? Despicable, cursed, to be cursed, right? To be treated with contempt, right? Again, dishonor. So, on another sense, this is put before you, baraka and kalala, right? The honor, what is honorable, right? You know what I mean? And what is dishonorable, right? Right. So the best sense of this right here is to be like trifling, trifling, insignificant, right? And then it goes through here. It says a baraka. And I love how the first three verses are key here. You pick up with Deuteronomy 11:26. Right? Behold, re'eh, 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 re, re'eh, right? Re'eh, right? Re'eh, re, see, seen, see physically. This is from re'eh, re'eh. I know it says ra'ah, but actually it's re, re'eh, re, 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 right? Re, right? Because we have another word, ara'a, ara'a. You don't want to confuse those two, right? One means to see, and one means to be bad, one means to be evil, right? This shows that there are hard and soft sounds, and the spirit, right, matters, right? To give context to the letter. So I know there's ones who argue, oh, you don't see the vowels, or do you see the spirit? To see, to look at, to inspect, to perceive, to consider. But literally, it means to see, right? In the literal sense, to see, like see this, right? And when we say see, it can also imply, as we have here, to learn about something, to observe. Like when you see something, you watch something, you see you by seeing it, you're studying, you're learning about, you're finding out about it, you can consider, you're giving attention to. Can even have the implied sense of discerning something through sight, right? Through sight. Now, here, let's scroll down here. Like it says, see, both is used in the literal sense in the Hebrew scriptures, the Yehudit, as well as figuratively, right? It can be used literally or figuratively. That's what we say. Like you're talking to somebody, and say, yo, see what I'm saying, right? Or see, look. We use in English, we say, look. Look at what I'm saying right here, right? Or look. Now, if you look at what I'm saying, you see how you're taking the literal looking, but look at what I'm saying. But you're speaking, and what you're speaking is words, and words are spirit, right? Do we see spirit? We can see spirit with the mind, the eye of the mind. You know what I'm saying? So here is what is, just a breakdown and build, right? It says, I set before you this day a baraka, a blessing, and a kalala, right? So there's a choice. This is a choice factor. Now it's a baraka, right? It's a baraka, right? Here's the word baraka, bracha, baraka. It's a blessing. It's an empowerment to prosper. If you see the conditional there, if y'all obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohim. Now notice here, as we point out in the Yehudi, the Hebrew manuscripts, in some places, like with the Shema Yisrael, it's saying hear Israel, but it's saying here to say hear all, to say hear you one man, right? All of Israel is one man. Here, so the thee is speaking to one, and the ye is speaking to many. Just a rule of thumb, KJV wise. So a baraka, if y'all, if yous obey, right? A baraka, if yous obey, right? The commandment of Yahweh, y'all Elohim, that I command y'all use this day, right? Remember, it's all about this day. Right? It's like I think in the New Testament, there's a quote from the Old Testament. It's like today, right? Today, if you will hear his voice. And notice, even though today was way back then when it was first said, in a sense, in spirit and in truth, if you can receive the spirit, it applies to today. Today is the day. Today is the day of salvation. Today, right now. Right now, today you say that, you don't act on it. You live to tomorrow. Well, today is still today, right? But this day, right? A curse. I'm saying that the principle of this even extends, right, into the principle, into Brit Chadasha, right? And a curse, and a what? And a kalala. Oh, kalala, a kalala, right? Trifling. You're going to be trifle, right? You're going to be kalal. You're going to be of little account, right? Like insignificant, right? Significance, insignificance, right? Honor, dishonor. If y'all, right, will not obey the commandments, right? And notice that here it don't say the commandments, laws, statutes. He does say it elsewhere, but we have to specify when we're studying right here. And notice that, He's just saying, obey the commandments. It's not saying that you can disobey the others, but he's focusing on the commandments, right? Let's keep that in mind, on the commandments, right? But he says, turn aside out of the way. What does Robenu, Yeshua, Hanotre, Justice of Nazareth, I and I Rabbi, our Rabbi, the Rabbi, Yeshua HaMoshiach, I am the way, the truth, and life. If you'll turn out of the way, right? Turn aside out of the way. If you swerve, right? Off road, you don't be safe. Everybody driving on the roads, but we all know how dangerous it can be if you go off road. You know what I mean? You swerve, because this word turn aside, soar. Soar is to depart, but it really means kind of like to swerve, right? Do they bring it down to turn off? But it's more like forceful, like to swerve off, right? That I command you this day to go after, what does it say here? Go after Elohim, right? Gods, right? Acharim. Go after other people's gods. So this phrase, other gods. The scripture does not say false gods. It doesn't say that, right? It does say other gods. And it's interesting because it really means that, well, we as in covenant as Israel should mind our business, except when the other people bring their other business into our business, then there's problems, especially for these others. You know what I mean? But we are not to go after. You see what I'm saying? Go after, right? Go after. Notice the word after here. After is achar. These words are related. Achar, and then over here for others, achir. But in the sense of the sentence, it's plural because it's talking about Elohim acharim, that y'all have not known. Let's scroll back. Just these three verses here. Just touch on these three verses. These three verses. This is the opening part, right? To see, right? To see, right? In order to see this in reality. See this in reality. You're going to see this in It's not like, okay, a pie in the sky is going to happen later on. No, you can see this here on this earthly plane, right? This baraka and this kalala. It's a choice factor, right? A baraka, if you'll obey. What's the word obey, fellow disciples? What's the word obey here, right? If the word obey here is shama, what's the other way we can interpret this and understand this in the English? If y'all will, what? If y'all will hear, Shema Yisrael, if y'all will obey. You see how that goes? The same word in Hebrew, shama, right? The root word, right, is translated, depends on the context. The translator did seek to help those who would read, right? Because right here, if he said, if y'all hear the commandments, one might get the idea, well, it's hearing and not doing, right? So the other side of the word is brought out in the translation right here by the translator, if you'll obey. The takeaway point for us is both means to hear and to obey, right? To hear and to obey. Right? Do you hear me? Old timers were good for that. Even in English, they'd be, you hear me? You hear me? And it wasn't just like, yeah, I heard what you said, right? But it was about, do you hear this? And are you going to be obedient? Are you going to do what you hear, right? What you hear me say. This is the sense here of shama, the root word here, right? If y'all hear and obey, because look, we can't obey something, like obey a command, if we don't hear it. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. So we hear it, but it's possible to hear something, right? Like you should do this, and then you don't do it. You know what I mean? That it's possible to do that, right? Right? Of Yahweh. Now notice it says your God. In the Hebrew, that's like y'all, Elohe Kem, like you all, of you all, right? Which shows that even for the blessing and the curse, it's a collective, right, responsibility. It's speaking to all of us, right? Not just this one or that one, not just the big man, right? Not just the small man, not just the rich man, not just the poor man, you know what I mean? But all in all, right? And of course, when you see the commandments, if he gives a commandment for women, then of course men are exempt from that commandment. And if he gives a commandment that says 3 times in the year shall all the males of Israel, this says by default the woman, right, and the children are exempt. It doesn't mean that they should not attend or they, should not attend. It's saying that it's incumbent upon the men, right? Sometimes the woman, might not be able to because she is keeping, a command, right? Because of whatever state she's in, or perhaps the travel, many conditions. So Yahweh already considered this. So the covenant here is about what the sons do. That's why it says he visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons, right? So we can understand that responsibility as his majesty, the God, our Godfather says to be first in place, right? I'm head, I'm the boss. Well, you must be first in merit as well, right? So here, the same is likewise with this verse here. And a curse if you will not hear and not obey, right? To the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, right? But turn aside. Now notice over here in the baraka, right? In the blessing, it's a short sentence. Notice how it's a short sentence here. A baraka, if you'll obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, that I command you this day. Boom. Period. Right? But over here with the kalala, a curse, right? It's like even giving more words, right, to explain the consequences. And a kalala, if you will not obey, if you will not hear and obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, but turn aside out of the way that I command you this day to go after Elohim Acharim, other gods, other people's gods, right? That y'all have not known, right? And it come to pass, I'm curious about this. Remember the previous Torah portion, right? It almost sounds similar here. Let's just go over here. I'm just curious about it. Wahaya, no, usually Wahaya. Wahaya ki ye baika Yahweh loheka el haaretz. So here it's saying, and it shall come to pass when Yahweh loheka, right, hath brought thee, right, brought thee in. He bring us in, right, to the land whither thou goest to possess it, literally in the Hebrew, to possess her, right? So the Hebrew, when we read the Hebrew, it brings out the literal sense of the it is not it in a kind of a genderless way, right? But it says right here, Wahaya kia ye biaka Yahweh loheka el haaretz asher ata ba shama le rishtaha right? To rishtahar, yerishtahar, from yerishta, right? From yaresh, to what? To seize her, right? To dispossess. So in inheriting and possessing the land, the first aspect is dispossessing the squatters, the illegal squatters, the illegal tenants on the land, right? Right, to take possession of, right? To inherit. So this same word also means to inherit. It's an interesting sense of this word inherit. It's not like we get to hear inherit in this Western Gentile sense. It says to disinherit. So we can only inherit it unless we disinherit the others. The way Yahweh says, if you don't drive out those 7 nations, they will be as like pricks in your eyes and, like as thorns in your sides. To occupy, also a sense of to impoverish, right? To impoverish, right? It doesn't mean we are impoverishing the land. No. For example, it's like gentrification. I like to use a gentrification example. In the gentrification example, right, a community becomes so blighted. Notice what happens in a community that gets gentrified. Usually the community has broken down. Many communities through the crack era and the gang, bang, bang, and other kind of things. Many communities, so many ones were killed, drugged out, tripped up, trapped out, yeah. And so what happened is that in these communities where maybe the parents and the grandparents had worked hard and acquired property and built up the residence, now their babies and their babies, were off. So the whole community is blighted. Then in the real estate market, others come in and say they can buy up real estate very cheap. You know what I mean? Sometimes people sold real estate for fixes because of their drug addiction, because they were addicts, and then other people's come in, you know what I mean? They said, look, they're taking over our neighborhood. But we never really think about, wait, what was allowed? Even if we were babies, we were young, maybe not like the elders, what was allowed in the previous generations? You see what I'm saying? And we can see this very clearly in a lot of neighborhoods from like all in the 80s. You see, the 80s is the N words with attitudes. Yeah, you like the vibe, but don't really like what the fruit of that vibe was. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, because what it caused in a lot of black neighborhoods, once lost now found people's neighborhoods, where they had really investment and they really built up the, residents. They let other people come in and sit down like the presidents. You know what I'm saying? Because of what happened. So think about it, if we rewind it and look at this principle of Yarash, this is almost like what was done. They could have came in with soldiers, armies, and in other words, the so-called white people or other nations that come into black neighborhoods, in some of these areas that got gentrified, in some places it was for a better thing. We have to admit, if we are honest, if we get off of this passive aggressive kind of racism kind of thing, and we look at it honestly, because if the communities wasn't so blighted, and the communities maintained their wealth from generation to generation, could other people ever come in? You know how they would have had to come in? They would have had to come in with arms, just as they did with the native people over here in America. To explain some of the native slides that we were showing and everything, like they did with the native people. They came in with guns. They came in with weapons. They came in fighting and killing, and doing other things. You know what I'm saying? And of course, we could say the police, but then the morality of the neighborhoods had gotten so bad that even though the police, in some cases, were corrupt themselves, there was still a semblance of law, right, at the end of the day, you know what I mean, that could protect some of the innocents. I mean, just to point that out, right? So Yarash is an interesting word. It's translated there as to take possession of, but as we get into the spirit of the Hebrew, it's to take possession of, to inherit. But how do you do that if other people are already up there, right? How do they do that over here in America, right? What they did? Well, the pilgrims, the religious zealots, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, they claim replacement theology, and they claim to be not just Christians, but they claim to be the Israelites. They claim that America was the Canaan land, right? And therefore, that means that the native people who already were living here and had families and things going on, they were the Canaanites. And this is what they did, because they even impoverished them in one sense. You remember how they got Manhattan Island for like $24 or some nonsense, some trinket, some garbage. They gave them something that was worthless, right? Something that the native people never seen and was like a novelty, and who knows if they really truly fully understood, what the pale face was saying. Right. And they said, well, look how we bought Manhattan for like $24, for less than $30. We bought Manhattan. You see what I'm saying? Wasn't that a kind of way of impoverishing, right? That caused the Indians to come to the natives to come to poverty, right? But thereby dispossess them, right? So this can go in two ways. When we say any number can play, I think Strong's here, as we pointed to before, brings out the full sense, right? A good root sense, right? To occupy, right? To occupy, right? And what does it say in the parenthesis? To be driving, the key, occupying and driving. And first we're going to get in, and then we're going to push out these others. To be driving out the previous tenants, right? Of course, in the time of Yehoshua, Joshua, it was war, right? We gotta sit down and bargain and whatever. Abraham did buy real estate, blessed be Abraham, right? Right. But now is a different time. So we're going to be occupying, we're going to be driving, we're going to be possessing in their place. We're going to be taking their place, because the landlord, according to the Israelite and the Torah, what we have here, the landlord, the earth is Yahweh's in the fullness thereof. So if the earth is his in the fullness thereof, well, he is the landlord. Makes sense, right? So the implication of the occupation, right, to seize, to rob, to inherit. Now, someone say, "Oh, that's what they're doing today with the." Don't say it, please. Don't say it, please. Don't say it. You know what I mean? Don't say that pseudonym. You know what I'm saying? But this is what has been done, and this is the real world. Let me just say it like that. This is the real world, right? The real world, right? Like the neighborhood, the gentrification neighborhood example I gave. Think about it again, right? if those communities didn't get blighted, if they brought crack and people said, get this out of our face, right? They brought guns and people kept the guns and used them wisely and hid them away in case they were attacked. They didn't shoot each other and kill each other. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Or they got the drugs and they sold them to somebody else way over somewhere else because they knew this was harmful, but they could get even more money because other people have more money because they're the ones who are on top, right? You know, it makes more sense. Makes sense, right? But if they did things differently, right? Then if they wanted to get these neighborhoods, they would have to do it by force. Now, also redlining. I know redlining. See how they use law? You see how they use law to even get people out of their residence and stuff like that? I'm just pointing out principles, right? You can deal with this one good, this one bad. You could be the judge. You know what I'm saying? We just want to explain this word here because otherwise one might think you go in to possess her. We just go in, the rishta, right? We just go in and no, we go in and people say, who are you? Get off here. This is our land. And they're doing all sort of abomination to their gods and everything. Our God already told us what to do. He already gave us. See, this generation is getting the instruction, right? So when we go in and we possess it, that means when we have a good, firm foothold, right, in this land. It's like with gentrification, right? This neighborhood that we're in has been gentrified. There's a lot of black people, some from down south, other parts of the South, hashtag FBA. There's others that come in from the Caribbean and other places that have property, but of course it's not like almost 100% as it was, right? We can't keep it 100 like it was, right? It's more like, I would like to say, 50-50, but I think it's more like 60-40, you know what I mean, in the foreigners, in the others' favor. Be that as it may, this instruction was that when we are brought into land, we go in there, we put in the work of faith. And part of the work of faith was to drive out the previous tenants, right? Right? And then we get a firmness in the land, you know what I mean? Right? That thou shalt put the baraka, the blessing, the baraka, upon Mount Gerizim, and the curse, the kalala, right, upon Mount Ebal. So there's this whole thing about these two mounts, right? Need to go into this right here, two mounts right here, right? And then it goes into this right here. Then it comes into, it's a little segue here in these verses here. Are they now on the other side of Jordan, by the way, where the sun goeth down, right? And is it not on the western side, right? In the land of the Canaanites that dwell in the campaign, the Araba. The Araba is the desert. You see what I'm saying? The desert, Araba. Right? That's why some say that so-called white man is Esau, but it would appear from the evidence that the Arab, right, allows the Arab, and that would make sense what they did to the African Jacobs. They took them into slavery, you know what I mean? They enslaved them, right, to this very day, the Araba. So the campaign is the desert that dwelt in the Araba, right? Notice what it says, in the land of the Canaanites, right, that dwelt in the campaign, the Araba, right, Arabia, right, over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh. For y'all shall pass over Jordan, right, to go in to possess the land, right, that Yahweh Elohim giveth you. And y'all shall possess it, shall possess her and dwell in her, right? Dwell in the land. And here's what it says here, and y'all shall observe to do, right? So we do what? We shamar, we keep, we guard it, we heed it, we keep it, we guard it, we watch it, we heed it. For what purpose? Just to watch, just to look at it, right? No, to do, to asa, right? So we observe to do, right? All the statutes and the judgments that I set before you this day. Right? Now, it's interesting because we're going to get further as we go further in the study here in this fifth book. It's going to go into more detail of what would be said, right, in the blessing on Mount Gerizim and in the curse, the consequence on Mount Ebal. Any of you have the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary? The Metaphysical Bible Dictionary will point to that to get the metaphysics of it. It also breaks down pretty good in most cases the Hebrew sense of it. Gerizim means cutting off. This word sometimes is connected with the idea of like almost circumcise. Like, when we say be circumspect, and then we say circumcise, right? If you circumspect, some things you cut off. You know what I mean? Some things you don't deal with being circumspect. You know what I mean? So the cuttings off, Gerazim, right? A mountain in the northern Yisrael in Ephraim, near Shechem. Shechem. Remember Shechem in the Jacob narrative? From that, the Barakot, the blessings, were read to the Israelites, to the Beta Yisrael, right? The Beta Israelites on entering the Canaan. On entering the Canaan. The site, check this out, that became later on, right, the site of the Samaritan temple. The what? The Samaritan temple built after the captivity, right? Built after, right, the captivity. Remember, the Samaritans were a group of peoples that the king of Assyria brought in when he took the 10 tribes out, right? Just to put that there. So it means to cut, the cutting, sense of cutting. Then we have Ebal, Ebal. What is Ebal? Ebal, Ebal, right? Ebal means stone or bare mountain. Now, Stone Mountain. Don't we have Stone Mountain, Georgia? Ebal. So if this was Hebrew, we'll call that mountain Ebal. Ebal is Stone Mountain. And the what? And the Kalala on Ebal, on the stone, or like the stone rock Beer Mountain, right? So some of the link right there, the son of Shobal, right? Somebody named Ebal. Their daddy was Shobal, right? The mountain of cursing, the mountain of the Kalala, right? It was north of Shechem, right? And it was opposite of Mount Gerizim. So notice when it's about where they entered. So where did they enter? They entered from the north, right? North side. So think about that too. These, when they enter in these mountains, they put on this mountain and on that mountain, and these mountains, both of them are in the northern part of the land, right? So in a sense, it kind of makes sense that when they came in, they kind of came in from the north and pushed down, right? And not from the south and pushed up. They came around the south. So this word Ebal means bald, right? Ebal, like bald mountain, right? These two mountains right here. So there's more in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary on that right there. But just to kind of go over that. And then as we pick up with chapter 12, it then continues from the end of chapter 11, right? And chapter 11, ends off with the judgments and the statutes and how we should observe to do. So then chapter 12 picks up the same theme, right? So somebody would say, well, okay, these judgments and statutes that we're to do, well, what are they? A good question. Chapter 12 begins to answer that right there. These are the statutes and the judgments. A question for one-to-ones in their own study. What is the difference between a law, right? No, what's the difference between the Torah, right? These are all words in Hebrew, Torah, right? And then we have mitzvah. Some say mitzvah, a commandment. Then we have this word here. We have hok, the hukim, the hok, a statute, right? And then we have a mishpat, a judgment. What are the differences, right, between these, right? All of these, well, these the three come under the one. What do we mean? Well, the commandment, the mitzvah, right, the chukim, the statutes, right, and the mishpatim, the judgments. Now, some say we also have testimonies, but notice it's not speaking about testimonies right here. We are to keep Yahweh's testimony. In fact, Yahweh's main testimony is Torah. His main testimony is the 10 words. Because remember the ark was called the Ark of the Testimony. What was put in the ark? What was put in the ark was the 2 tablets of the 10 words. What were the 10 words? The 10 words that Yahweh wrote. But before he wrote them, what did Yahweh do? He bore witness to them in Exodus chapter 20, where he spoke those 10 words out of the midst of the fire. Right? So then it goes in to give us, right? It goes into basically says, this is what, right, that Yahweh, the Elohim of our fathers, giveth to thee. Now notice we went from the previous chapter, ye, you all, and then here in chapter 12, it returns to thee, speaking to all of Israel as one corporate man, thee, right? Like Yahweh's son, right? He called his son out of Mitzrayim, right? Giveth thee to possess her all the days that y'all live upon the earth, that y'all live upon the land. And then it gets into what this generation that was about to go into the land, what they were to do. See, the context here is the statutes and judgments, right, that we will observe. It's giving us these right here. These are statutes and judgments. See, a statute is a prescription, something prescribed. Remember that Yahweh already had wrote, right, down the 10 words. He spoke it and then he wrote it. It's like when you go and give witness. Somebody goes in to give witness. Like, they'll speak. This is what I saw happen. This is what happened. And then they'll give them a pad and a paper and say, all right, can you write down your testimony? This is what Yahweh did to what he testified, right? But here he's giving the generation going into the land the judgments for the acquisition and the prescriptions and the judgments, right? The prescriptions and the judgments. When he says, y'all shall utterly destroy the places wherein the nations, this is the Goys, the Goyim, the other nations, so the Canaanite nations, namely and mainly is speaking of the 7 nations. Many of the other Israelites, the camps, they confuse this point right here, right? What is specified of the 7 with every other nation, right? Here Yahweh says these 7 nations. We're given a specific order against the 7 nations. This reminds me of the 7 heads on the beast, the 7 heads on the dragon, that there, right? Wherein the nations that y'all shall possess, right, serve their Elohim. So a distinction is being made. Their Elohim is the other Elohim. You didn't say serve false gods. You say serve false God. No. So listen, whether the Elohim is true to them or is not true to them, is false to them or is not, it doesn't matter whether the Elohim is true or false or, what I'm saying? The fact is it's other, and the fact that it is theirs, right? Not ours, right? And therefore we say to one another, the Elohim, not yours, not yours. Nacho, remember that one? Upon the high mountains. What he did upon that mountain, upon the hills, under every green tree, right? Possess, inherit. And then it tells us furthermore, what shall we do? Y'all shall, now let's go from the thee now to the ye, right? From thee, from all the Israelites, one to you all, to our corporate, like the body, speaking to all of us as one body, right? As one man, and then speaking to the members of the body, collect. And what shall y'all do? Y'all shall overthrow their altars, right? Break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. Basically, that meant that they had altars and say, man, that's a nice altar they built. We can use this for Yahweh. What? Fire burn. Right? No, break that down, destroy that, break it, right? And burn their groves with fire. And y'all shall hew down their graven images, right? Whatever statues, whatever, knock that shit down. Right now, notice today people be like, oh, look, this was in the land of Canaan, or this was in the land of Palestine, or ancient Israel, however they want to say it. Look, this is the God of the Canaanites, and look, listen. If the Israelites did what we were supposed to do, right? If they did it, then they wouldn't be finding these little trinklets and saying, look, El is really the Canaanite God. No, that is the blasphemy that Yahweh was telling the Israelites about. Right? That was the blasphemy. Right? That's what they did. That's how they messed up their tendency. And that's why Yahweh told the Israelites, you have to get them out. Plain and simple.
When I say more,
More
you say fire.
fire.
More
More
fire.
fire. It's not just for the Israelites. This was a part of the work of faith, right? They had faith, right? The new generation had more faith than their fathers did that came out of Mitzrayim, right? But now they had to put in the work, right? Because faith without works is dead, right? So this is the work that they had to put in, right? And y'all shall hew down their graven images of their gods, right? And destroy the names, right, of them out of that place, out of that place. Break it down. You talk about break it down. Yo, break it down. Break it. No, this is real. Break it down. It says, y'all shall not do so to Yahweh Elohim. In other words, what they're doing, we're not to do to Yahweh Elohim. Right? So a clear separation between their Elohim, other Elohim, false, true, whatever. It doesn't really matter. See, y'all get all caught up in that. Oh, well, these other people's God, they got some truth to it. Wow, that's so fascinating. You know what I mean? And y'all basically violate what it says y'all should not do. Right? We can learn about things, yeah, but now to say, well, it's all the same thing, y'all should not do so. Don't do it, right? Don't do it. Sadly, the Israelites did do it, right? And he said that if y'all do what they did, then what I thought to do to them, I'm gonna do to you, and that's what happened, right? So Yahweh is just and righteous, and He keep His word, right? With mercy, so much mercy, but to the place that Yahweh, y'all Elohim, shall choose. So what he's saying is like these people, they worship their gods, their whatever, wherever. They make up their own thing. Okay, we're gonna have a feast tonight. We're gonna worship the God, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do, but we're not to do so. Okay, He already has given us prescription. That's the statutes. He already has prescribed, right, what we should do. He was giving us judgment of what to do. But to the place that Yahweh, your Elohim, right, shall choose out of all your tribes. So even before, right, Jerusalem was, we could say, officially chosen, right, in the territory that becomes Judah, Yehuda's territory. Originally it was Benjamin's, but then, Benjamin and Judah, yeah, right? He already said that he's going to have a spot. He's going to have a place. We call this in the Hebrew the makom, like a makom, a standing place, right? A standing place, a place. It's almost like a parking spot, but a standing place, right? Right? A place, right? Out of all your tribes, you're going to choose out of all the 12 tribes, notice, out of all them, he chose Yehuda. He chose
Lion
Judah.
of Judah Society.
Out of all 12. To do what? To put his name there, Shemo Sham, to put his name there, right? To his habitation, right? Where he will live, right? In other words, his spot amongst the children. And that's the tabernacle, and later on becomes a temple. And the key link with it is the ark. Why? Because the ark contained those 2 tablets that had his testimony, that had his witness, that had his word. And besides, he said that when he want to meet with the children of Israel, right, or meet with the anointed, the Messiah, the high priest, he would do so, right, in the Holy of Holies, from between the 2 cherubim, the cherubim, and above the mercy seat. That's where he would meet. He would speak his oracle. They would hear his word, right? To his habitation shall you seek. So where is the ark? Right? The ark is over in the tabernacle over there. All right. In the time it was in Shiloh, it was in Nob, it was in Gibeon. These are where they went. The people went wherever it was. When finally he chose Judah and Jerusalem in Yehuda, right? That's when David, remember David? That's where he brought the ark, right, to Zion. You see the Zion connection, where Zion now rises up in significance, right? Because David, he captured Zion, Zion, from the Jebusites. It was a castle, right? Became the name of his city, a city castle, like, right? And then he brought the ark, and then Yahweh had already given him the monarchy, the kingdom, right? So we have the idea of church in the ark, and the state in the Davidic monarchy. Check. Right? But that all that was to happen later on. Now he says it's at this one spot. So wherever the tabernacle was, and wherever the ark was at that tabernacle, right? This is the spot. And thither there, right, y'all shall bring your burnt offerings. That means that if we have burnt offerings here, and the tabernacle's way over there, and we say, you know what, we don't have to go over there. I'll build a little altar over here, and we can have, we can worship Yahweh. We'll do praises and stuff, and we'll burn this and we worship. What should the Torah observant brothers say or do?
When I say
More.
you say fire. More fire.
In the sense of fire burn, right? Actually, the person that does that, you're supposed to grab them up, and basically they're supposed to go on trial and get a judgment, because they're leading you astray, right? Even though they say we're doing this for Yahweh, but that's not the spot. The spot is not, oh, look at that grove. Oh, look at that rock. That'll make a nice place for a sacrifice to Yahweh. What? Don't do it, right? Thither is where, right? He places his name. He places his name, his testimony, and says he will speak from above the mercy seat between the cherubim. There's the ark in the tent, in the tabernacle, in the holy place, later on in the temple. It's thither, it's there shall y'all bring, right, your offering and your sacrifice and your tithe and your heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and your firstlings of your herds of your flock. Notice all this. We have to do a little study on this, even individually. What is a burnt offering? Write this down when you get a chance. Burnt offering, right? Sacrifices, right? Tithes, heave offerings of your hand, your vows, right? Your free will offerings, the firstlings and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. How many items do we have there? We have 7 items. Check it. 7 items. Once again, the burnt offerings, right? The sacrifices, your tithes, your heave offerings of your hand, your vows, your free will offering. Who said free will is not in the Bible? That's kind of obviously wrong. And your free will offerings, all right? And the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. So that's 7 items right there, right? To one place and one place only, right? So this is go to the second item when it speaks about centralized worship, like worship in one place. Right. That's why when you look at some of the older patterns of like Christians, like churches, I'm using the church as an example, not nowadays so much, but back in the days, like even in some parts of down south in the Caribbean and other places, they would have like a parish church. Like, like a church, there's one church in this whole parish. Not on every corner and everybody's a priest and everybody is holy, holy, holy. Like they, that fugazi, that nonsense stuff, right? But one place of worship. Now, in the new covenant, right, there's also one place of worship as well. This is what's interesting, but it's in spirit and in truth. You check that out right there. And also the body said, no, you not. Don't you know the body is the temple? So it says, and there, right, just look at the pattern here. We're looking at pattern recognition. And there y'all shall eat before Yahweh Elohim. Right? See, you can't eat if we're out in the woods or somewhere in the land and Jerusalem is way over there, and we decide we're gonna have a little worship over here, out in the backyard or someplace like that, right? And even if we're eating, we're not really eating before Yahweh Elohim. We're not eating before him. Why? You see the context here to understand what the Torah is all about, what it's really saying. This is the fundamental pattern. If you don't get this pattern, then when you see something spoken figuratively later on, 9 times out of 10 people can get it wrong because they have no pattern recognition, right? They're just saying things that sound nice and everything. There before the Lord was before the tabernacle because of the ark, right? Because of the ark. This is the key connection there. Right. So when we're in the holy city and we go to the feast festival, the temple, or then it's before him because his presence is there. Right. And the sacrifice we're bringing before the one altar. There's one communal altar. Notice that for Yisrael, there was one altar. One altar, right? And y'all shall rejoice in all that y'all put your hand to. Rejoice in your labor. You know what I'm saying? How many of us really rejoice in our labor? See, this is something that reminds me when I read this here. I said, man, we really don't. We just, I'm just working. I'm trying to get that, we're trying to get the money or get whatever we need to get or for whatever purpose it is. But a lot of times we're not enjoying the labor of our hands. See, that's a blessing, right? That's a baraka, right? The baraka, that's a blessing right there. You know what I'm saying? All that y'all put your hand to. Notice it didn't even qualify. It didn't even say, it says all mean all, right? All that you put your hand to understand the significance, right, of the yod, right? The trod, no, we said the yod. The trod as well, but here we're speaking of the yod, the hand. All that you put your hand, in the figurative sense, hand is your strength, your power. All that you put your hand to, you, ye, y'all, and your households, and your families. So when it says 3 times in a year shall all the males had to keep these things, right? So for the man of Israel, there were certain we say commands that were time sensitive, right? Right, time sensitive. We had to do it at a specific time. But if our women, children, or others couldn't make it, that's okay. We're going to represent for them. But of course, at the high feasts and festivals, right, people look forward to it, right? And we're told that if we go, we are to bring, right, our family that can go, but especially the Levite, right? The Levite, the widow, the orphan, the fatherless, those right there that are in our gates, right? And this is also part of being blessed, right? So it's like to think about the others and to remember the others is how Yahweh remembers and blesses us. See, I think it's a strong thing we need to think about, because how we think of other people, right? I think this also affects how we are actually also blessed and prosper too. You know what I'm saying? How we consider other people. There's something reciprocal, right? And if you study business at certain levels, business is also reciprocal, right? In that sense. If you treat your customers bad and you're the only guy in town, well, they're gonna, they can't go no place else. But as soon as somebody else comes through or other people come through and they have better customer service, you know what I mean? They're gonna go over there. So think about this. Wherewith Yahweh Eloheka hath blessed thee. Notice, right? This is a beautiful verse, because if I'm reading this right, it goes from y'all to you, y'all plural to you singular, right? So we are to rejoice in all that Yahweh has blessed us. So that was the blessing, was the increase of the seed of the ground, the increase, of the cattle, the animal. This was the blessing, right? And that also ones are in health, in shalom, in good health, right? So that's why we say often as a personal blessing to ones and ones, you may Yahweh bless your health and your wealth. You know what I mean? Because we need good health at the bare groundation, but we also need the wealth to maintain our health. Right? You see, that's why certain ones in the Middle Ages, when they thought about like the Jews, the Yehudi, they thought about the Judaism, they call it, right, as a kind of a concrete religion. Why? Because sometimes, like in the Christianity, they give you the pie in the sky, the kind of pie in the sky, this kind of, like poverty stuff. Like, yes, we may be poor in spirit, but poor in spirit doesn't mean poor in pocket. I don't know if you got that there, but all that Yahweh has blessed us. How can we give a blessing to somebody else and we barely have anything for ourselves? Of course, we can share our little to nothing. Yeah, we can. Right. But that's just sharing your little to nothing. That's not a blessing, right? In other words, it's that balance, right? From the previous Torah reading and feeding your head, 8:18. 8:18 was interesting because it says that we are to remember Yahweh Eloheinu is him who gives us the power, the ability to get wealth, right? That he may, right, confirm, this is for his covenant's sake, right? Y'all shall not do after all that we do here this day. Look at that. So this day, where are they in the context of this day? They're in the wilderness. They're in the wilderness as a context of this day. They are in the wilderness. They're on the edge, ready to enter in, a hop, skip, and a jump, so to speak, right? Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. Wow. This sounds a lot like even the book of Joshua. If you look in the book of, not Joshua so much, but Judges, right? But that's how it was in the wilderness too, right? There was a lot of people doing that which was right in their own eyes. You know what I mean? Well, and those are what right is, Yashar, right? A favorite word amongst, many of the various Israelites, Yashar. The book of Jasher, Yashar, right? And it's interesting because the book of Jasher, the best version of it that's out there is actually rabbinical. Right? Just want to bust that bubble on that. Some things in it are true-ish. There are some truth in it, but some things is just rabbinical speculation. That's not really what the Bible is talking about when it talk about the book of Yasher, the book of Jasher. Want to like disabuse one, right? In fact, the scripture is the book of the upright. Right? If you know, right? Now we're not saying don't read it, don't study, but read and study it with discernment. But notice what it says right here: y'all shall not do. So speaking to them about to go in after all. He didn't say after anything, but after all that we do here this day, where every man is doing whatever is yashar, whatever is upright in his own eyes. For y'all are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance. This is a big, big verse, right? Because it comes up even in Psalm 95, right? The first of the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming the Sabbath Psalms. For y'all are not as yet come to the rest. To the what? To the menucha. 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 Menucha is the rest, like a quiet rest. You know, remember, they was on the move for 40 years, man. One generation gone, another generation come in. They had not entered into the rest. In a sense, they had not entered into the matrimony. You see where it says consolation, specifically matrimony. What? You mean like getting married? Rest? People will say, well, some people say, well, marriage as they see it today doesn't seem like a menucha. That's because you're practicing the wrong principles of marriage. You see how that goes right there as well. Right? But they had not entered into that abode, the abode where they can rest and refresh, and into the inheritance. Right? This is nachala. This is another word for inheritance. Sometimes people confuse it because the translator translates both of them similarly. Right? Anyway, that Yahweh Elohim giveth you. Right? But y'all, right, when y'all go over Yarden, Jordan, and dwell in the land that Yahweh Elohim giveth you to inherit. Giveth you to do what? To nahal, to get a possession, to acquire, acquisition, right? And he giveth you rest. Notice that right there. So here he's kind of hinting that there's going to be stages. There's going to be stages to this. It's not going to be all at one time. You see, he's not going to drive out, all the other people, because then the animals, the wild animals will increase, will take over the land. And then people will have problems with animals. And Yahweh, he loves his creatures, his creation, right? So therefore he says it's going to be little by little, ma'at, right? So here it says, when you'll go over Yarden and dwell in the land that Yahweh, your Elohim, giveth you to inherit, and he give you rest from all your enemies. Stages. So initially there's not rest. There's war, right? There was war. There's not rest, right? But when we finally subdue, right, the enemies, right? Joshua began the process, did very great in the time of Yehoshua, right? Him and Dawid. And then David completed it and was able to unite the kingdom, right? Israel, Yisrael. Check note. No, right? But he says, when he giveth you rest from all your enemies, right? Nuach. Nuach is the root of menucha. Menuach, right? Nuach, to rest, the verb, right? From all your enemies round about, so shall y'all dwell safely, right? Betach, right? With security. Betach, security. Betuach, security, securely, right? Safely, securely, right? With that feeling, that vibe that we can trust, we can let down our guard. We can take off our armor, you know what I mean? As it were, right? Then, now notice when it's going to happen. Then there shall be a place that Yahweh Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Now this makes you think of Dawid HaMelech, David the king, right? Why? Because you'll notice that in David's time is when, we could say all the enemies were subdued. Even the Edomites, they came under service. You know what I mean? All of them were subdued at that time, in the time of David, and the kingdom was united. And then what we get right there, David wanted to build what? He wanted to build a Haykal, a temple palace for Yahweh. You know what I mean? He said, listen, Yahweh's ark is dwelling in a tent, and he's looking out the window, and he's like, I'm here in this palace of Sion. Right? It's not right. This is not right. Yahweh should have a temple. You know what I mean? I'm the king, but it's him and his ark, right, is in a tent, and I'm here in a stone palace. So Dawid got the idea. Right, but we know the rest, that because the man of blood, so forth and so on, he was not able to. So what David did was the next best thing. You know what I mean? He got the threshing floor. He saved up on materials. You know what I mean, and other things. He made agreements with Hiram, Abiff. Some of the other ites that had the skills and the talent to do things. And his son basically built on that with the wisdom that Yahweh gave him, and boom, we have the first temple, during the time of Solomon. That's why, if you notice these two verses, first there had to be rest. So the first thing when we go in the land, it's like first we're going to build a place of worship, right? Like a big old temple, right? No. First we're going to bang, right? You know what I mean? Yes, we can worship, because we have the ark, we have the altar, all that. But it says that Yahweh is going to choose, right? Right? Choose a place to cause his name to dwell there, right? So he chose Dawid, right? And the monarchy of David and his seed. And then, right, David chose to bring the ark, right, to Zion, to his castle, put in the tent. So we go from the tabernacle of Moses to the tabernacle of David, right? And then from David, we go to the temple, right? But already Yahweh is making his choice. That's the point I'm making right here, right? Thither, there, right, shall y'all bring all that I command you. So notice from this word here, it will be another 400 to 430 something years, 400 and some years, right? Because it says that Solomon built a temple, right? 400 and change, 400 and some years after the Exodus, just to point that out right there. So he's already pointing to things that would not be manifest in their time at that time, but would be, this word will come to pass for later generations. And thither shall y'all bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, your heave offerings of your hand, and all your choice vows. Notice different than the other verse, it was like vows. Here it says choice vows, the choice of your vows. You can choose what you want to give your word to. Yahweh, if you do this for me, then I will, you see, you can choose. He don't tell you what you got to do. You ask him for this. Well, what are you going to do? The choice of your vows, that your vow, like Yahweh, to Jehovah, and y'all shall rejoice before Yahweh, right? Your Elohim, right? Ye, you all, y'all men, them, and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservants, and your maidservants, and the Levite that is in your gates. You notice that they mention wifey. That don't mean that wifey can't come, right? But it means that wifey might not be able to for whatever reason. You know what I mean? You have to always understand. But also in the second of the two truths, that the man and the woman is one, right? But now let's say the woman just gave birth, right? And she's still, in the days of her purifying, right? And the man said, "Oh man, you're not gonna be clean, ceremonially to go." Right? "Ah, babe, I can't go." Right? She should tell you, "You better go." Right? You're a man, right? You're a male, right? You're a man, right? You're in covenant 3 times in the year. Go, right? Take the sons, take the daughters, take the men servants, take the maid servants, and take the Levite that is in your gates. Right? For as much as he hath no part nor inheritance with you, talking about the Levite. Right? And here, a little bit more. It says, take heed to yourself. Like, check yourself. Hishamer leka, right? Check yourself. Hishamer leka, right? Watch yourself. It's like I'm saying, watch yourself, because the word here is the same shamar, to keep, to guard, to observe, to keep, to guard. Let's scroll down here. To keep is the main sense. To hedge about, to guard, right? Attend to yourself. Check yourself, right? Check to thyself. Take heed to thyself that thou offer not. Remember I was saying earlier? In the earlier verses, we can discern it, but some might not discern it there. So to make sure that everybody get it, this is explicit. Take heed to yourself that you offer not, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place thou seest. Oh, this looks like a nice place. This is like a holy place. Look at this place here. Let's offer our burnt offering here. Do it not, right? But however, in the makom, the place, the spot that Yahweh, he who be shall choose in one. Now it's becoming even more crystallized, right? In one of your tribes. And they must have thought like, which tribe will it be? It must be Reuben. Reuben's the first one. Nah. It must be Levi. But Levi don't have no land, right? So how can it be Levi? Simeon? I don't know about Simeon, right? Judah? Oh, I don't know. What about the other tribe? But Yahweh know who it would be. It was Judah, right? There thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command, right? That I command thee. Now we went into some of the other part right there, right here. It says, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates. So here's where it's saying that for burnt offerings and sacrifices, right? That which the animals that are intended to be burnt offering sacrifices, according to the holy, they must take place in the holy, right? But so ones won't. I heard some people say that this meant that the Israelites didn't eat any flesh, any debtors. They didn't eat, so they were of that. People. That's what people did do, right? Not everybody was like a ascetic or a monk, right? Notwithstanding, right? 'Cause remember, they had to fight too. They had to be up on their anyway. Proteins and minerals and nutrients. Not that we're endorsing this wholeheartedly. We're just saying, speaking in realismism, reality. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh, right, in all thy gates, right? Remember, it says, take the Levite that's in your gates, so you can do this in your gates. But when you kill and you're making something to eat that's of flesh of the animal, you're not saying, oh, this is like a burnt sacrifice. Don't even say it's like a burnt sacrifice, really, right? Don't mix. Don't switch code. Don't code switch, right? Right. Whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, we dealt with this already. The lusting after, so forth and so on. Right. This is a good sense. Right. This is what it says. Awa, ava, awa, ava. Right. Desire, lust. It's the will, not necessarily evil. I had this whole reasoning because sometimes because it seems like in Christendom, the dumb, you only see this as evil, right? But here it says, whatever your soul desire. You really want to eat something? And man, I gotta eat this. Do you think that's evil when you do that? Well, you're lusting after it. According to the bracha, but this is according to the blessing, the empowerment to prosper, Yahweh Eloheka, right? That He has given thee. Right? Sometimes we think like we can't be happy and thankful for what God the Almighty has done for us, or the work of our hands, right? Not rejoicing in ourselves, but rejoicing that He gave us the power, the ability, the wisdom, the wit and wisdom, and the will, right, to do and to be blessed, right? That He giveth thee, right? The unclean and the clean may eat thereof. Right? The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the heart. It's interesting. The clean and unclean may eat thereof. What's the context there? All right. As of the roebuck and as of the heart. It says, only y'all shall not eat the blood. Once again, this principle over and over, right? No blood, right? Y'all shall pour it upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithes of thy corn. So that means that if we grow corn, and this is the tenth that is over the top of the blessed, like we break down the tenth and we put up in the barn, right? And then the rest of the corn, we go sell it, right? And we leave a little bit, but then we notice, man, we're low on our corn. We don't have much corn. Now our corn is almost gone because we must have sold too much corn, right? And we say, well, we just eat some of the corn, some of that tithe corn. It's like that's stealing. You see what I'm saying? So notice that even the tithe, right, is not like the church, the counterfeit Christianity teach. Because if you give your tithe to the church and say, where's that corn? The corn is not even in the barn, right? But it says, thou mayest not eat, right, within thy gates the tithe of thy corn or of thy wine. So that which we put aside, Like, remember, there was these cycles of years and 3 years and the 7 year cycle. You know what I mean? That means some time was held up, until the opportunity of the feast and festival came along, or of thy oil, or of the firstling of thy flock, or herd, the firstling of thy herds, or of thy flock, nor any of thy vows which thou vowest, nor thy free will offering, or heave offerings of thine hand. But thou, look what it says, thou must eat them before Yahweh Eloheka. So notice something, that all this stuff that was stored up, think about it, the tithes and some of the things that were stored up, right? Some of those, right, were to be eaten by the worshipers, the Israelites and their families, and those who were in their gates when they went to the feast, the festival to worship. It wasn't given over to even the Levites, because it says, thou must eat them before Yahweh Eloheka in the place that Yahweh Eloheka shall choose. It's not just you, the man, right? The head of the family, head of house, but your son and your daughter and your man servant. It didn't say slave. It said man servant, your man employee and your female employee, your maid servant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. You are responsible for those in our gates, and thou shalt rejoice. So look at that. That means we can't even go to the feast and say, man, I know I'm at the feast of festival, but I'm not happy. I can't really rejoice. Right? Then your brethren should say, then you need to leave here. You need to go. Right? Because remember what the word says. It says when we're here, we're to rejoice. Right? How can you be here and not what I'm trying to say is that rejoicing is also part of the fulfillment of the mitzvah. Right? Rejoice before Yahweh Eloheka in all that thou puttest thine hand to. Right? And all the work, because the fruit of the work is part of what was brought forward there that we eat. Right? Take heed to thyself that thou forsake not the Levite as long as thou livest upon the land. Right? So right here, right here, all thy days. So here even reminds us not, to forsake, the Levite, right? So the Levite doesn't have anything. It's like Levite is the one that's like the, the one of the Lord, like he knows about the tabernacle, the scrolls, the scripture, almost like the priest in our, almost like a priest, though a Levite might not be a priest, but he's a Levite. He's part of the order. When Yahweh Eloheka shall enlarge thy borders as he has promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longeth to eat flesh. Thou mayest eat flesh, he's saying to the Israelites, right? He's conceding to that desire, right? Whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, right? If the place that Yahweh Eloheka hath chosen to put his name be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock that Yahweh have given thee as I commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy gates whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. So that's saying that, listen, don't call it a burnt offering or sacrifice. Just cook the food. You know what I mean? Eat. You know what I mean? You see what it's saying right there? So it shows even under the old covenant how Yahweh, how he conceded to his people in grace. Even as the roebuck and the hart is eaten, so shalt thou eat them. The unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. Right? It's not like a holy meal that only these can eat of those. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the blood, the life, right, with the flesh. Right? So the problem was not eating flesh, the problem was eating the blood with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it, thou shalt pour it upon the earth, the ground, as water. Thou shalt not eat of, thou shalt not eat it. You notice how much it keeps saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, that it may go well with thee. Right? Remember, it's talking about the baraka, the bless, you see, and with thy children, thy sons after thee. When thou shalt do, right, that which is Yashar, let's go there. Remember Yashar. So now here it shows how they can be upright, that is in people's eyes, and how they can be Yashar in Yahweh's eyes. Okay? Right? When thou do that which is Yashar in the eyes of Yahweh. Only thy holy things which thou hast, and thy vows, the holy things that you set apart for Yahweh, thou shalt take and go. right? Take it, go to the place that Yahweh, right, shall choose, right? And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and then, all the rest right there, right? And then it wraps up right here, with this right here. I know we're going into this a little bit at length, but just to kind of get the flow of it and to kind of understand, what's really being said, what's really being said. You know what I mean? There's a little more on the nations that it picks up on, right here, right? Yeah. Observe and hear all of these words that I command, right? And when thou doest that which is what? Good. Right? That's what it means when it says none, there's none that doeth good. One has started to fall away from all this. Right? So when you do that which is tov, right? And what? Tov and yashar. That which is tov, good and upright, right? In the eyes, right? The sight, the eye, the eyes, right? In the sight, the eye of Yahweh Eloheka, when Yahweh Eloheka shall cut off the nations from before thee, right? Whither thou goest to possess them. So what he's saying is that even while they still are getting ready and they're going about and they're entering the land, if they just keep to what Yahweh said is good and right and upright, right? Then even their fight and their getting to possess the land will not have to be so hard and will be successful. Right? That's why he says, when Yahweh Eloheka shall cut off the nations from before thee, if you do that which is good and right, he cuts them off. Right? You find out that you're all ready for the fight, and you might have to fight a little bit, but it's not as hard to fight. Right? They basically just gave up almost without a fight because we do that which is good and upright in his sight. Right? Whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land. Notice how it says right here, dwellest in their land. I laugh at that because the scriptures don't shrink, because remember the context of this is that Yahweh Eloheinu, he is the creator, right? And therefore the earth is Yahweh's and all the fullness thereof. So if he puts this one up, he can put this one up, he can put that one down. He can say, well, you take this of what is mine, right? And you know what? I'm going to take back from you what I gave to you and give it to someone better than you, right? Take heed to thyself. That another take heed to ourselves, that thou be not sneered by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee. So it's like after they already are removed, now take heed that you don't trap yourself by going after doing their thing, following their things. After that, they are destroyed. So after they are destroyed out of this, now you basically you start to do what they did, right? Thinking that what they did or their gods or anything, right? And that thou inquire not after their gods, right? Saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise, right? It doesn't mean the Israelites didn't know how these nations serve their gods, but you want to do what they do. That's why it says, even so will I do likewise. It says, thou shalt not do to Yahweh Eloheka, for every abomination to Yahweh that he hateth, they have done to their gods. Right? For even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods. Right? What things soever I command you, observe to do. So we're to watch, to look out, to have it done, to accomplish it. And it's in this context that it sums up chapter 12, where it says, thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. Some people try to stick this on everywhere in the Bible. No, this is specific to what is being said and directed to the children of Israel and going into land. It's not in a narrative part of a narrative, and we're trying to reason on the narrative, and one might add something to that to try to understand. No, it's talking about what was commanded to be done in the context of the blessing and the curse. I know I went a little bit long on this one right here, brothers and sisters. I was going to kind of come around again to, the psalm that we have right here. Just looking at the time here. Yeah, it's getting a little bit early in the hours of the morning, the dawning right here. What we're going to do right here is, what we're going to do right here is touch a little bit on 55, just for our outro right here. It's today's daily psalm, Psalm 55. It has a theme, treachery, right? Treachery denounce, right? Treachery denouncing, right? Chanting down treachery, pointing out this treachery. We touched on it in the earlier part of the podcast, right there. They're there. Here, little double Y's. Yes, I. Rastafari.
Psalm 55.
מזמור נ"ה. למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד.
Give ear to my prayer, O God.
האזינה אלוהים תפילתי, תפילתי, תפילתי.
And hide not thyself from my supplication.
ואל תתעלם מתחינתי.
Attend unto me and hear me.
הקשיבה לי וענה לי.
I mourn in my complaint and make a noise.
אריד בשיחי ואהימה, 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 ואהימה.
Because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked. For they cast in iniquity upon me, 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 my heart and sore pain and sore pain and sore within me, and the terrors of death, 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 terrors of death. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me. And I said, oh, that I had wings like a dove, 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 dove. Oh, that I had wings, oh, that I had dove, 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 wings like a dove. For then would I fly away and be at rest, 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 and be at rest. Lo, then would I wander far off and remain in the wilderness, 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 remain in the wilderness. I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Destroy, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go about it upon the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Wickedness is in the midst thereof. Deceit and guile depart not from the street. For it was not an enemy that reproached me. Then I could have borne it. Neither was it he that hated me that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. But it was thou, a man, mine equal, my guide and mine acquaintance. We took sweet counsel together and walked unto the house of God in company. Let death seize upon them, and let them go down quick into hell, for wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. Evening and morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He hath delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me, for there were many with me. God shall hear and afflict them, even he that abideth of old. See them. Because they have no changes, therefore they fear not God. He hath put forth his hand against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in thee, 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 trust in thee.
When I say more, you say fire, more fire.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes, brothers and sisters. I know you see some of the 50 for Psalm 50. I'll do a new suitcase there for 55 right there. They're there. It does have some of 55 as well, but just so ones don't get, confused right there. Though there's a similar theme, Chabarim, definitely do a new suitcase right there. There. Yeah, here we go for the choir director, chief musician on string instruments, a Maskil by Dawid. So there. We have Psalm 55. That's a GW. They include the superscription in a different read than we have to chief musician, right? On um, 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 was it Niggy Note, the Nagina. But here, let's just share just a little bit of a midrash right here, on the outro right here. That kind of goes through a study of the Psalms and the key verses. There was that key verse. Heard that verse that says, because they change not, because they don't have any changes. I remember when I came across that verse, I said, chant, I got to change some things. It says, because they change not, like therefore they don't fear, they don't respect Yahweh. That is an interesting verse right there. We can just zoom in on that. There's these words of power, these words of wisdom, that we find right there. So yeah, that was an interesting verse right there. I'm looking through the other translation right here to see if I find it. But yeah, because they changed not. So here we have a prayer, right? We say treachery denounce, Psalm 55, right? Connected with Dawid in a time when his son Absalom um, started a coup, like a revolt, and it seems to have been going pretty successfully. And Dawid had some false friends, like Achitophel, touched on Achitophel in the earlier part of the podcast, right there. False friends, a prayer of one who is maliciously beset. He took a set, they like what they said, people took a set, they took a set against somebody, beset and took a set, beset and betrayed by his friend. Right? This is the chief part of this right here. Psalm 54 here in the order of Psalms is followed by another Davidic psalm bearing the same inscription. Now the King James Version is to the chief musician, La Menatzeach, right, or the presenter, the musical leader, director. Be a niginot, binginot, right? The niginot, right? Niginot, binginot, like the binginot. Be a niginot on the niginot, right? On the string instruments, like to say the harps, maskil. So here, maskil is brought out as a meditation. Maskil led Dawid, a maskil of David or for David. In the context here, led Dawid of David to say by David. It also accords with the former in the form of the tefillah. We touched on tefillah as well. I think in the previous podcast went into how the Hebrew word for prayer gives a better workable, applicable context than just beg, 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 beg. You know what I'm saying? When we understand prayer is like kind of self-analysis. Prayer as self-analysis, self-judgment, right? Judging ourselves, right, in light officially of Torah, right? And also mentally. Like Yahweh, He is holy, He is there, I am here. How can through my words and my petition, I bridge this gap? Right? And also approaching him with the context of Torah. That's why it says in the Proverbs, he who turned his ear from the hearing of Torah, even his prayer will be an abomination. Think about that there, right? I know I mentioned that before, right? I mentioned that before and don't want to change up this place. Don't remember the exact, proverb right now. I got this focus before me, but just keep that in mind. If we can, we'll touch on that, right? But here it accords with the former, right, in the form of a prayer, right? With that, it opens, right? So we have Psalm 55, Hebraically the second verse, the KJV the first verse, and Psalm 54, roughly around the third verse, or on your versions, the second, right? King James Version, there's one number off. And it is the Elohimic, remember we touched on Elohim, right? Elohim is the attribute of Yahweh, right, as God in English, quote unquote, or creator and judge, almighty power. So it is the Elohimic, right, counterpart of the Yahweh or the Yahweh, right, in Psalm, right, 41. So Briefly, Yahweh is the Hashem, is the covenant name, and Elohim is the aspect of who Yahweh be. Right? He be the creator and he be the judge. In psalms that are very Elohimic, it's like judgment psalms, like this psalm here. It's like going to court and saying, Your honor. Right? So here they say, if the psalm is by David, we require an assignable occasion, right? For it in the history of his life. So it says Lid Dawi, right, of David. So if it's really a Davidic psalm, as it says, right, in our studies as Talmudim, as students, we look for an occasion in the history of his life. For how could the faithless bosom friend, this bosom buddy, right, friend, over whom the complaint concerning malicious foes here, as we have in Psalm 41, it lingers with special sadness. When we read the verse, it's like, chant, man. It's like, wow, right? Be a mere abstract personage. Because there's some scholars say, oh, this wasn't David, this was just a psalm, and they just stuck David's name on it. So to counter that argument, right, many of the Torah and the scholars and I as disciples, we basically go in to prove them wrong, right? The false preachers, false teachers. You know what I'm saying? They say it's an abstract person, it's not really David. Lie, 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 lie. Right? Since it has in the person of Judas Iscariot, we got Judas Iscariot. You remember Judas Iscariot? We touched on that earlier, touching on Achitophel, this friend, right? Is its historical living antitype in the life and the passion of what is called here the second David, right? Here, and speaking of Moshiach, Yeshua, right? The Old Testament Judas, right, is none other than Achitophel. They put the pay letter there for the O, Achitophel, right? The right hand of Absalom. So Psalm 55, it belongs, like Psalm 41, to the 4 years. 4 years. It's interesting. David ruled as king, but he had a lot of these incidences that he was dealing with that took long time, like, that took like kind of blocks of time of his life. It's kind of interesting, but this was, of course, part of this is the way, right? And say this is the job in the world. Well, this is the way. To the 4 years during which the rebellion of Absalom was forming. So the rebellion of King David's son was taking place over 4 years. You talk about a creeping coup, right? Only to a somewhat later period when Absalom's party, those who were with him and for him, were so sure of their cause. So it's like people are like, conspiring, but they're keeping it real quiet, like, but in a sensitive and a holy soul, you begin to pick up on some things, but you don't really have anything you can really put your finger on, right? But then when they were sure, like, yeah, we got everybody's on our side, we got it going on now, right? So when they were so sure of their cause that they had no need to make any secret of it, now, see, rebellion and things like this. First, it happens secretly, right? And because they're scared. They're coming against you, but they're doing it secretly because they know if you know that they're coming against you, you know what I mean. So they do it secretly, right? But then, like secret plotting, and then it comes open. Then it's out in the open. How it came to pass that David, right? He left the beginnings and progressive steps of the rebellion of Absalom to take their course, right? This is what many of us ask when we look at it. We're like, wait, David's on top of everything. How can he let this thing happen? He must have he must have peeped game, you know what I mean? Right? So he could have stopped it when it first started, right? But he kind of left the beginning. And then as it continued, this rebellion of his son Absalom to take their course without bringing any other weapon. Notice David didn't pick up, David's, he's about them weapons, but he didn't pick up any other weapon to bear, right? Against his son and the rebels and the betraying friend, other than the weapon of prayer, right? There's an important teaching here that even with war, even if you have to fight, right, or you have to swing sword or bust shot, right, that prayer should always be, one of the first and the groundation. You know what I mean? Oh Lord, steady my aim, right? Is discussed in Psalm 41, 1 to the fulfillment. Now, not getting into all language things. Some of the language is kind of Jeremiah language, and that's very interesting there. That just goes to like certain styles, like even styles of music. In certain styles of music, one might do something that sound like Bob Marley and the Wailers, but they're not Bob Marley and the Wailers. The point is that they were inspired by Bob Marley and the Wailers. Just a little bit right here, just a little bit, a touch, a little bit. Oh.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, mayhem. Wani ebtah, 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 Mizmor nun, hey, Mizmor non, hey. Of David, give ear to my prayer, O Elohim, true good, true God. These words are to be read in the light, the illumination, what Scripture says elsewhere, even in Proverbs, Mashal, Proverbs 10 and 9. He that walketh uprightly walketh securely. He that trideth uprightly trideth securely. He that walketh uprightly, he that trideth uprightly is David, is David, of whom it is said, Mizmor nun, hey, Mizmor non, hey. Lam natzayach, bia niginota masakila lit David, for the leader, for the chief musician, with string music. Lam natzayach, bia niginot, binginot. Maskil lit David, a maskil of David. Hazina Elohim, tifilatiya, wa ala tita alama mita hinati. Give ear, O Elohim, to my prayer, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Wa ala tita alama mita hinati. Midrash, a midrash on Psalm Nun Hey, Psalm 55. The psalm is themed treachery, denounce. The opening two verses, including the superscription Hebraically, La menatzayach, bia neginota maskil David. Hazina Elohim antifilatiya wa alatita alama mita chinati. For the leader with string music, a maskil of David, give ear to my prayer, O Elohim, true good, true God. These words are to be read in the light, the illumination, what Scripture says elsewhere, even in Proverbs, Mashal, Proverbs 10 and 9. He that walketh uprightly walketh securely. He that trideth uprightly trideth securely. He that walketh uprightly, he that trideth uprightly is David, is David, of whom it is said, even in Psalm 41:13, and as for me, as for I, thou upholdest I because of mine uprightness. And in Mashal, in Proverbs 10 and 9, but he that perverteth his ways shall be found out, refers to Achitophel, and teaches you that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, does not make a man pay for his iniquities until he makes his deeds known to men. As it is said even in Mashalim, in Proverbs 26 and 26, where it reads, though his hatred cover itself with guile, his wickedness, his ratchetness shall be openly showed before the assembly. Rav Yehuda bar Yitzchak, Rav Judah bar Isaac taught, David had no greater friend than Achitophel, whom David made chief of his prosecutors, and who was his counselor in all affairs. As it is said even in 1 Chronicles 27:33, Achitophel was the king's counselor. When David heard that Achitophel was with Absalom among the conspirators, according to 2 Samuel 15:31, it reads, David said, Yahweh Adonai, I pray that I turn the counsel of Achitophel into foolishness. Rav Nachman taught David was not afraid of any man except Achitophel. Hence here David said, give ear, O Elohim, to my prayer, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Attend to me, attend to I, and answer I. Ha'azina Elohim tifilati, we alatita alama mita chinati. Why did he say this? Why did he say this? Next verse of today's daily psalm, where it reads, because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression, because of the downpression of the wicked, because of the downpression of the ratchet. Mikola oyeva, mipnei akata rasha'a, kia ya mito alayavin. O be'afa yisat Hakadosh Baruchu, the Holy One, the Isla One, blessed be He, asked Dawid, according to the words of Psalm 27, verse 3. Hast thou not said, though a host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear? Did not the eye say so? Dawid answered, Ribon Shella Olamim, Master of the universe, give me such enemies of whom I can say, as I've said in Psalm 18:38, I have pursued mine enemies and overtaken them, neither did I turn back until they were consumed. And David went on to say to Hakadosh Baruchu, to the Holy, the Isla One, blessed be He. This Achitophel is not one of such enemies, for they are of the nations, the Goyim, the Gentiles of the earth. He is my own kind. And David said further, according to the words of today's daily psalm, for it was not an enemy that taunted me, then I could have borne it. Ki lo yev ye charfeni we'esa. For it was not an enemy that taunted me. Ki lo yev ye charfeni. Then I could have borne it. We'esa. Indeed, he was a great man, for I addressed him in this way, even according to the words of today's daily psalm. But it was thou, the I, a man according to my order, my guide, and my familiar friend. We'ata enosh ke'erki alufi u'ameh yudai. But it was thou, the I, we'ata, a man mine equal, enosha ke'erki, my companion, alufi, and my familiar friend, u'ameh yudai. What is meant by the words, according to my order, my equal, according to my order? Enosh ke'erki. What is meant by according to my order? According to Rav Yehoshua ben Lewi, Joshua ben Levi, David meant Achitophel was my orderer. That is to say, it was he who arranged laws in their proper order. By the words, my guide. By the words, my guide. My guide, my guide, my guide. By the words, alufi, my guide. What is meant? David meant Achitophel was my master, Revi, who taught I in Torah. For the next verse says, according to today's daily psalm, we took sweet counsel together. We took sweet counsel together. Asher yachdal namatik asod. Asher yachdal namtik asod. We took sweet counsel together and walked to the house of God in Regesh. In the house of God, we walked with the throng. Bebeita Elohim nehaleka beragesh. What other context gives us the meaning of ragesh? We are taught in a Mishnah that the daily offering was to be slaughtered by 12 Kohanim, 12 priests, and the bullock by 24 Kohanim, 24 priests. That 4 times daily all the Kohanim were to assemble together in the court of HaHekal, the court of the temple, there to cast lots for the different services. Why did so many take part? Rav Yochanan said, in order to gather the company, the Regesh, into the court of HaHekal. Thus, the verse above is read, we walked to the house of Elohim in a company. Bebeit Elohim nihaleka biragesh. When David finished his prayer, as scripture says, even in 2 Samuel 15:32, where it reads, it came to pass that when David was come to the top of the mount, where he was wont to worship Elohim, where he was accustomed to worship Elohim, behold, Hushai, the Archite, came to meet him. Upon seeing the Archite, David said, now there is no further irking of my wound. Now there is no further irking of my wound. And according to 2 Samuel 15:33-34, where it reads, and David said to him, if thou passest on with I, then thou wilt be a burden to me, a burden to I. But if thou return to the city and say to Absalom, I will be thy servant, O Melech, O king, then wilt thou defeat for me. Then I will defeat for I the counsel of Ahitophel. David said also to Hushai, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, sent thee to me. No man except thee can bring to naught, to nothing, the counsel of Ahitophel. David was he was afraid of the counsel of Ahitophel. David was afraid of the counsel of Ahitophel because it was very great counsel. And why was it called great? Scripture says, even in 2 Samuel 16:23, now the counsel of Ahitophel, which he counseled in those days, was as if a man inquired of the Divrei Elohim, inquired of the word of Elohim, the true good, the true God. Hence, here David said, Ribon Shella Olamim, master of the universe, universal master, to thee I must call, as is said even in today's daily psalm. As for me, I call upon El Elohim, and Yahweh Jehovah will save me, will save I. Ani li Elohim ekra. As for me, I will call upon Elohim. Ani li Elohim ekra. Wa Yahuwah yosh'aini. And Jehovah will save Ani. He will save me. Wa Yahuwah yosh'aini. Evening and morning and at noonday will I pray. Evening and morning and at noonday will I pray. Erev wa boker with Tzohoraim. Asicha. I will complain with ehemeh and moan. Why yishma'ah qoli, and he hath heard my voice. Evening and morning and at noonday will I pray. Erev wa boker with Tzohoraim. Asicha. Rav Samuel taught, from this verse we learn that a man is required to pray 3 times daily. And who instituted the 3 prayers? The patriarchs, the righteous fathers instituted them. Abraham instituted the morning prayer. For it is said, even in Bereshit, Genesis 19:27, Abraham got up early in the morning, baboker, to the place where he had stood, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah. Here, stood, the word stood, clearly alludes to prayer, as in the verse from Psalm 106:30. Then stood up Phinehas, and prayed. Yitzhak, Isaac, instituted the noonday prayer, the noonday tefillah. For it is said, even in Bereshith, Genesis 24:63, Yitzhak, Isaac, went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. Here, meditate, the word meditate, idatate, clearly alludes to tefillah, to prayer, to tzelot, as in the verse from Psalm 102, verse 1, a prayer of the afflicted when he fainteth and poureth out his meditation, his idatation, lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah. Yaakov, Jacob instituted the evening prayer, for it is said even in Bereshith in Genesis 28:11, Yaakov, Jacob, made intercession at the place and tarried there all night. And the words made intercession clearly alludes to tefillah, to prayer, to tzelot, as in the verse from Jeremiah, from Jeremiah 7:16, where it reads, Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up cry, nor prayer for them, neither make intercession to me, neither make intercession to I. David said, since the patriarchs, the fathers, the patriarchs, instituted the 3 daily prayers, I, too, will meditate, idatate, evening, morning, and at noonday. He hath delivered my soul in peace, so that no one came near I. He hath delivered, he hath redeemed my soul in peace, so that no one came nigh I. Pada v'shalom nafshia mikrav li. He hath redeemed my soul in peace, so that no one came near I. Pada v'shalom nafshia mikrav li. Rav, Yehoshua ben Levi, Joshua ben Levi taught, what do the words, he hath delivered my soul in peace, he hath delivered my soul, he hath redeemed my soul, pada bishalom nafshi, what do these words mean? That a company of angels goes before a man, and these heavenly beings cry out, saying, make way for the likeness of Yahuwah, make way for the likeness of Jehovah. What need of a company of angels? Rav Yudan explained in the name of Rav Levi, in the wide space of Ha'olam, of the universe, there is no place, even one so small, that it holds no more than a fourth of a kab, a kab of seed. That is, without 9 kab of demons. And blindfolds are fastened over the eyes of each of these demons, demonic entities, these klipot, as over the eyes of millers' asses. Why? That the demons, the klipot, may not injure mortals. But when a man sins, a man sins, bring it about, the blindfolds are removed from the klipots, from the demon's face, so that as he looks upon the man, he injures him. Hence, here, the heavenly beings cry out before a man, make way for the likeness of Yahuwah, for the likeness of Jehovah, in order that the demons, that the klipot, may not injure him. Accordingly, he hath delivered my soul in peace. He hath redeemed my soul in peace. Pada bishalom nafshi. And the words that follow, so that none came nigh me, so that none came nigh I. Mikrav li, so that none came near me. This means that David said, none of the klipot, none of the demons, demonic entities came near I. And why not? Because in the multitudes they were with me, as is said, the multitude of angels who were charged to keep David, who were charged to keep David, as is said even in Psalm 91:11. For he will give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee, the eye, in all thy ways. Another comment on, he hath delivered my soul in peace, so that none came nigh me, pada bishalom nafshi, mikrab li. what is meant by the words, so that none came nigh me, so that none came nigh I, mikrab li? They mean that David said, I behold Daniel, who is to rise up out of my tribe, and how though he be cast into a den of lions, they will not touch him. Thereupon David said, he hath delivered my soul in peace, so that no one came nigh me. Pada bishalom nafshi mikrabali. That is, the lions would not come nigh near Daniel. And who brought it about that Daniel was delivered? Those who, in the multitudes, were with me. By this it is meant that Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah also put prayers together for Daniel. Hence here David said, God shall hear and answer them. God shall hear and answer them. Yishma'el, where Yah name. El shall hear. Yishma'el, where Yah name. El shall answer. El shall hear. El shall hear and humble them. Where Yah name and humble them. Another comment. The verse, in multitudes, for they were many that strove with multitudes, alludes to Rachel. Thus the words, so that no one came nigh near me, mikrabali. This means that the designs of Esau came not nigh Rachel, though the arrangements were that Jacob was to take Leah, and that Esau was to take Rachel. And who brought it about that Rachel was delivered from him? Those who in multitudes were with me. By this it is meant that that Jacob and Leah also put prayers together for Rachel. Thus we read, even in Bereshith in Genesis 30 and 22, and Elohim and the true God remembered even the person of Rachel, and Elohim and God remembered even the person of Rachel. In this verse, the words Rachel by itself, implies that Ha'el, the true God, Elohim, remembered her because of her own merit, because of her own credit. And the phrase, the person of Rachel, the person of Rachel, implies that he remembered her also because of the merit, the credit of the patriarchs and the matriarchs. Another comment on, he hath delivered my soul in peace, so that no one came near me. Pada bishalom nafshi mikrabali. The counsel of Ahitophel did not come nigh me, near I. Why not? Because in multitudes they were with me. In multitudes they were with me. Ki de rabim hayu imadi. For they were many that strove with I. The multitudes, the Rabbi, were the members of the Sanhedrin who put together prayers for I. Such as have no changes. Such as have no changes. Asher ein chelifota lamo. Such as have no changes in today's daily psalm. These words allude to Ahitophel and his band, in whose hearts the Yetzer Ra'ah, the inclination to Ra'ah, to evil, underwent no change. And so the verse, it goes on to say of them, and fear not Elohim, Willo Yaru Elohim, and they fear not Elohim, the true God. He has put forth his hands against his peaceful ones. Shalacha Yadayoa Bishlomayo, against those that were at peace with him, against his peaceful ones. Ahitophel and his band and his gang and his clique and his crew put forth their hands against men that were at shalom, at peace with him. And so the verse goes on to say of Ahitophel, he hath broken he hath profaned, he hath broken his covenant. Chilel berito. Chilel berito. He hath profaned his covenant, he hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter. Chalko machemaota pio. The words of Achitophel were more slippery than butter. The verse concludes with, his words were softer than oil, for they were salve. They were salve. His words were softer than oil, yet were they keen, sharp-edged swords. The words of Achitophel were so persuasive that everyone heeded him. Thus, like this we read, even in 2 Samuel 17, verse 1, verse 2, and verse 4, we read, moreover, Achitophel said to Absalom, make men now choose out 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And I will come upon him while he is weary and weak-handed, and will make him afraid. And all the people that are with him shall flee. And I will smite Hamelech, the king, the Negus, only. And the saying pleased Absalom well, and all the Ziknei Yisrael, and all the elders of Israel. When David saw that everyone was with Achitophel, and that everyone heeded him, he was afraid. Accordingly, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, the Idle One, blessed be he, said to David, be not afraid, though every man is with Achitophel, I am with thee. I am with thee I. Thus, in today's daily psalm, it reads, cast thy burden upon Jehovah, and he will sustain thee. He will sustain thee I. Hashleka Allah Yahweh Yehabika. Wehu Yekaleka. And he will sustain the eye. A mortal has a patron and goes to him the first time, and the patron receives him. The second time, and he receives him. The third time, the third eye one, he does not personally welcome him. And the fourth time, he cannot spare a moment for him. But not so, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, not so, the Holy One, the Idle One, blessed be he. Every time you impose yourself upon him, he receives you. Hence, here, cast what befalls thee upon Jehovah, and he will sustain thee. Hashlek Aliyahwa Yehabeka Wehua Yehalekeleka. Cast thy burden upon him, and he will carry it for thee I. Here, in today's daily psalm, it reads, but the I, O Elohim, shall bring them down into the nethermost pit. But thou, O Elohim, Ve'ata Elohim, Torideim, Liba Era Shachat, into Gehenna, men of blood and deceit, Anshe Damim, Mirma, men of blood and deceit, menstruating men of blood and deceit, Achitophel and his band and his clique and his crew and his posse and his gang, shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in thee. I will trust in thee. I. Anshe damim umirma. Lo yechetzua ye mehem. Wa'ani. Ebtach bak. But as for I will trust in the I. Wa'ani ebtach. Ve'ata Elohim torideim livaera shachata anshe damim umirma lo yechetzua ye mehem. Wani ebtach bak.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes, the Hebrew here on the outro. Yes, I, Lila Tov, Boker Tov, have a good day, good break of day, a good day. Shabbat Tov, here. The eve of the Shabbat, the 6th day coming forward. Yes, be well by Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
מזמור נ"ה למנצח בנגינות משכיל לדוד. האזינה אלוהים תפילתי ואל תתעלם מתחינתי. הקשיבה לי וענני, אריד בשיחי ואהימה. מכל אויב מפני עקת רשע, כי ימיתו עלי אבן ובאף יסתמוני. ליבי יחיל בקרבי ואמות מוות נפלו עלי. יראה ורעד יבוא בי ותכסני פלצות. ואומר מי ייתן לי עבר כיונה, אעופה ואשכונה. הנה ארחיק נדוד, אלין במדבר סלע. אחישה מפלט לי, ורוח סועה מסער. בלע אדוני פלג לשונם, כי ראיתי חמס וריב בעיר. יומם ולילה יסובבוה על חומותיה, ואבן ועמל בקרבה, אבות בקרבה, ולא ימיש מרחובה, תוך ומרמה. כי לא אויב יחרפני, ואסע לא משנאי עלי הגדיל, ואסתר ממנו, ואתה אנוש כערכי, אלופי ומיודעי. אשר יחדיו נמתיק סוד, בבית אלוהים נהלך ברגש. ישי מוות עלמו, ירדו שאול חיים, כי רעות במגורם בקרבם. אני אל אלוהים אקרא, ואדוני יושיעני. ערב ובוקר וצהריים, אשיחה ואהמה, וישמע קולי. פדה ושלום נפשי מקרב לי, כי ורבים היו עמדי. ישמע אל ויענם, ויושב קדם סלע, אשר אין חליפות למו, ולא יראו אלוהים. שלח ידיו בשלומיו, חילל בריתו. חלקו מחמאות פיו וקרב ליבו, רקו דבריו משמן, והמה פתיחות. השלך על אדוני יהבך, והוא יכלכלך, לא ייתן לעולם מות לצדיק. ואתה אלוהים תורידם לבאר שחת, אנשי דמים ומרמה לא יחצו ימיהם, ואני אפתח בך.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
That's filled with lies representing.
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.